sounds like the beginning of Proud Mary. It did, didn't it? I would like to open. Am I on? I'd like to open up the Avalon City Council meeting of Tuesday, July 18th. If we could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, and if Captain John Meffert would be, would you do the honors?
Lead us.
So, Councilor Hart.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And I believe we have Bob Mesher to do the invocation today. Please continue standing.
This evening, we are truly thankful for the wonderful summer weather enjoyed by our residents and visitors, especially during our Independence Day celebration. We're thankful for all the people here, especially Captain Meffert. We ask for our city leaders and leaders at all levels of government to be guided to the truth, to be compassionate to all concerned, to build unity, and to make decisions that will best serve our community. Pope Francis urges all those who have positions of responsibility in economic, political, and social life, and all men and women of goodwill, to let us be protectors of creation, protectors of God's plan inscribed in nature, protectors of one another and of the environment. Amen.
Thank you very much. That was awesome. And Denise, if we could please have the roll call.
Councilmember Cassidy?
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Here.
Councilmember Sampson?
Here.
Mayor Marshall?
Here.
And for the record, Councilmember Olson is absent.
Okay. I would like you to do me a favor on the first presentation that's on the agenda, and I'm sorry I didn't. Do you happen to have, or are we going to put that under communication, the response we got from Vaughn?
We will do that, Madam Mayor, and I believe that we will continue, if you wish, to invite them to be present. They did give us a response, as you indicate, but they were unable to be here, and we will continue to ask for their presence.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and next we have a proclamation. I'm very excited. So, Captain Meffert, if you would please come forward, and Chief Mike Craig. And if the rest of the council would like to come up and stand with us?
I'm standing, whether I'm there or here.
Oh,
I'm standing.
okay. Well, that's cool, too.
Absolutely.
Would you like us to come with you?
Sure. This is
Yeah.
very proud thing.
Very proud.
So they can see the captain in television land? Yeah.
If you like to go.
The captain. Okay. Come closer. Yes. You know about microphones. This is a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Avalon honoring firefighter Captain John Meffert for his life-saving efforts. Whereas on June 30th, 2017, Captain John Meffert, a 17-year veteran of the Avalon Fire Department, was on his way to Palm Springs for a much-needed vacation. As he drove south on the 405 freeway near John Wayne Airport, the wing of a two-engine Cessna 310 aircraft scraped the top of his truck before it crash-landed and caught fire. As he approached the wreckage, he saw a woman's head move in the passenger side of the aircraft. His firefighter instincts kicked in. Saving lives in the face of fire and other life-threatening situations is a firefighter's primary concern. Captain Meffert pulled the woman and her husband from the burning aircraft and administered first aid before emergency responders arrived. Captain John Meffert's actions reflect on the highest of fire traditions, which is service above self. Captain Meffert has been honored by Los Angeles County Supervisor Janice Hahn at the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors meeting on July 11, 2017. Now, therefore, the City Council and the City of Avalon hereby commends John Meffert on his quick thinking and whose actions were life-changing for the victims and their families. Dated this 18th day of July, the Avalon City Council. Congratulations once again. And now if we could have Misty as fiance and all of the volunteer firemen and other firefighters please come forward for a group photo. Oh, and we got some paramedics here too. All right, and the county fire as well. Okay. Short ones in the front, tall ones in the back. Yes, we are. Thank you, though, for the mic.
Bye, guys.
Nice to see you.
Thank
Misty.
you.
He introduced him as a wife at that thing, and it's just easier to
Yeah,
say
yeah,
to
yeah, yeah.
somebody.
Yeah. I got the memo and I told him I texted him, what the heck? Where was I? How long was I asleep?
Okay, I hope the audience doesn't mind, but we have a closed session item that will just take a couple of minutes, we've been guaranteed. So if we could adjourn to the closed session, that would be wonderful. And
Yeah, we have one closed session item. It's existing litigation, Island Charters, Inc. versus the City of Avalon.
so we'll see you in a minute. Thank you. We're back from closed session. Council?
During closed session, the City Council unanimously approved the settlement in the Island Charters versus Avalon case.
Announcements and written communications?
I have received some written communications, 2 for item 19 this evening, which is on Catalina Printing, 1 for item 20, which is Island Enterprises, and 2 for general business item 21, which is the Fuel Dock Restaurant.
Thank you. City manager report.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 3 items. The first is to inform you that I received a letter from the County Public Health Department in reply to a letter that you wanted written regarding the enforcement by the Health Department of, they call CCR 30852, and that has to do with plastic covers for glasses and utensils. The Health Department have provided some answers. We need additional answers because they've indicated that there are some options to what to using plastic, and we've requested a meeting in town with stakeholders, and we're working on that. The second is that there will be a meeting this week with the Island Company to discuss possible layout plan options for an affordable housing by the Housing Authority for full-time residents of the city. The council will be receiving, once we know all the details, a full report in August, and direction will be sought. The third thing is I'd like to thank the City Council for the privilege and honor to serve you and the people of Avalon since the 15th of July of 2016. I'd also like to thank our department leaders and city staff for the work that they do in support of service to Avalon. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very nice. Thank you. City attorney report, and then we look like we have some guests that Dudley will come out and help us with in just a moment.
Yeah, just briefly remember that barring an unforeseen incident, at the next meeting, we're going to be starting early, and we'll be having a study session on the new marijuana law and what the city's options are with respect to regulating the sale of recreational marijuana. You have until January to decide what to do. This will be the first of several study sessions.
Okay. Thank you very much. And Dudley Moran, would you please come out here because we have some guests, some honored guests. Here he comes.
We had some young men come in today that are earning their merit badges for Boy Scouts, I believe. Citizenship to the community. What troop? Come on up. Don't let me do this. This is awesome.
I'm Scoutmaster Boy Scout Troop 604, and for the past 4 years, we do our own summer camp, and I've been bringing them here to Avalon. We have so much to offer. We came in Sunday, and we set them on a hike, so that's part of one of the merit badges we're working on. We'll be in the kayaks tomorrow. We've been in the submarine. It was great. Last year, I checked in with the LA County lifeguards at Cayusa Beach. I'm a certified lifeguard also, and they go, our beach is your beach. So we got to do life-saving out there and use the buoys, and just, you guys have such an awesome opportunity for these scouts. So now we're working on citizenship and community. So what they're doing is acting like they live here this week. So we've been around, been to the sheriff's station, we found a wallet, we returned it, nobody got in trouble. We've been to the library, we've been to the fire stations, and basically just using your resources. So I just happened to come in here and talk today, and this is one requirement that we couldn't get is to sit in on a meeting. So this is just awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
And what-
Deb Wolf, Scoutmaster 604.
And what city are you from?
It's Riverside County.
Oh,
Lake
okay.
Elsinore.
Great.
Some scouts are Lake Elsinore, Canyon Lake, and Wildemar. So we're all-
Okay.
Did you say you got in trouble for returning a wallet?
No, we didn't get in trouble.
I was going to say. I hope not. Thank you for doing that. Whoever owns that wallet is going to be very grateful.
Yeah, he was, I believe, he was a Marine, and the gentleman that helped us out, he said, "Hoorah!"
Way to go, guys. Good job.
He was a fellow Marine. He said he will find him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That made us feel good.
Oh, that is awesome. Thank you so
Fantastic.
much.
We're going to present them with some city pins to add to their merit badge.
Oh,
Please.
good.
Yay.
Good for you guys.
Now, you're more than welcome to stay, except we might be here till past curfew. So you can leave it. You can just leave at any time, and but enjoy it while you're here. And thank you for, thank you for coming to Avalon. Uh-huh.
Okay.
Take them out for an ice cream. It's been a long day. Yeah.
Okay, now city manager reports. No. City council manager report.
I'll go on quick.
Okay.
Okay, I most importantly wanted to just say what a great job every single department in the city did for the 4th of July activities. From the setup, from the group in City Hall to city management to Public Works Department, just an unbelievably wonderful event. Community Services, you guys had a home run. And it was a really, really fun day. It was very busy, but it was a fun day. And just, thank you for everybody in the city's efforts for the 4th of July. It was really good.
Yeah.
That was very good, Bob. Yeah, I get it.
And thank you
Great.
to the fire department for letting me jump ship at CC Gallagher's. I appreciated that. And then I attended the Gateway Cities Council of Government meeting on the 5th of July. And the most notable was the City of Avalon has been appointed to the executive committee of the Gateway COG, and that actually hopefully will be able to further our involvement on the mainland and in front of other agencies that we otherwise wouldn't maybe have an opportunity. So very proud for that. And we had some discussion. A couple of the items are actually on our agenda tonight, so I won't torture you there. And then also wanted to just say that I did speak up on the City of Avalon because we have not had a transportation committee meeting in a few months. And I think with the amount of funds that we receive from the Metro Board and just how much work that our own staff, specifically Audra, has done to keep us Avalon on the forefront, it's imperative, which is why we are participative in those meetings that we have them. So I did speak out on our behalf that, the COG needs to continue with those meetings regardless of who's able to be there or not. And that's all I got.
I was just going to say the same thing, basically, that about the city work crew. Great job, everybody. I mean, the next day they were down there very early, and I was downtown real early myself. But everybody did such a great job getting the city back organized again. It was just really good to see everybody was working on the same page. Just a question: I had somebody come up and was inquiring about cigarette smoking. How we have cigarette ashtrays along the sidewalks in the city areas, and how some of them are getting moved from certain areas, some out in front of the bars, some out in front of hotels and different other businesses, and they move from one problem area to the next. And who regulates that? Is there any regulations at the city where we have designated areas or not designated areas?
Well, it's interesting
because we're getting complaints.
All along there is no smoking.
Right,
But
but I
we
mean,
don't
but
enforce
some of the
it.
hotel, some of
Yeah.
like the bars out there. So they got mad and they moved them down the street further to another business. Now the other businesses are taking in the smoke, and I don't know. I didn't know what to tell this person. I says I will ask and find out what we have to do, what we can do about it.
Well,
In certain areas, I'm trying to find out exactly where
Okay,
we.
because
And Greenlaw.
Bob might.
Well, I know that in our trash receptacles, we got a place for butts, but, being new here, I need to research that for you, and we'll bring back, what's happening, what the issue is.
Yeah,
and
because
report back.
It appeared to have been in one area for a while, and then they didn't like it because it was going in their place, and now they moved it down the street. And just if you could look up and see what you could come up with us a little
Will
bit.
do.
I appreciate that. Okay,
Thank you.
and that'd be it for me, Mayor.
Okay. So we're letting you out.
And
Right now, Scott, unless you have something to say.
I know, Dan, I had sent, for community services, I had sent you guys some information on the TerraCycle cigarette receptacles, which it isn't necessarily the cigarette well, it is the cigarette butts themselves, but it's the smoke that's going into people's places of business. So it's more than just what we have for the receptacles. It's
Yeah,
You know.
and who's moving them?
Yeah.
I want to know who's moving them. The city workers moving them, or the private people moving them, the business owners moving them? I don't know. That would be something I'd like to find out.
We'll get
also.
to the bottom of it.
Okay. Councilmember Sampson.
Yes, I have a couple things. First one is the Log newspaper. This bi-monthly issue is about Catalina. So if you guys, there's a stand out at on the Pleasure Pier just past the Chamber of Commerce building, and there's a lot of cool stuff in here. And go by and pick one up. If you can't find one, just contact me and I'll make sure you get one. Anyway, I wanted to share that with you guys because.
And we have them in City Hall, too.
Yes. Oh, that's right. We do have them here. Okay, great. Okay, the next thing I'd like to, I just wanted to thank, first off, the Island Company for opening their restrooms during the 4th of July. And they also closed them before the 4th of July, which kind of crawled up my spine, but I spoke to a few people and they opened them up. So it's on private property, and they don't have to keep them open to the public. So now what you have to do, what happened was I got some complaints from some handicapped people. It's one of the primary restrooms in town that these people use because it's easy to get to. So, which brings up a couple other points that I want to make, but I wanted to thank them first off for having the sensibility and kindness to do that for the community in general. Now, we still have the issue for the handicapped people that they have to go to the door, they have to read the sign, which is far above their heads, and then they have to go over to the golf gardens, all the while having to go to the bathroom, then come all the way back and read a 5-digit code, press it in, and then they can use the restroom. I don't like that. I don't like to have to jump, for them to have to jump to get to what they need. So the responsibility, I believe, falls on the city to have a public restroom that's easily accessible. We don't have that I can think of except the Taco Bell. Yes?
If I can interject,
The county building.
Don Knabe just put in those brand new buildings, those brand new handicap
Okay.
restrooms, and they should be unlocked.
They should be unlocked
during the day.
But unfortunately, sometimes you got to go into the sheriff's station
Yeah.
in order to get the key to get into it. Because so what we need to do is maybe speak to the county public works and get the lock changed so that the lock stays open during the day. Because what I believe happens is the lock automatically locks when somebody leaves, so you can't just freely go in and out. So we still and we still need restrooms. We still need to know where these restrooms are. When you got to go, you got to go. I mean, you can't say, "Oh, okay, 5 minutes. I'll go look for the key," or you know how that is. Come on, especially for handicapped people. So John, Mr. Luchahan from the chamber, I spoke to him about it because I was really trying to find some answers out in a very short period of time, and I did. People came forward. So he gave me some suggestions that some communities, what they do is they'll go to the merchants in town and they'll offer some kind of a perk to the merchant to open their restroom to the public. And it will also draw people into that particular business. So it's a great idea, and I thank you for that, John. So that helped out too. And so what we've got, and then also what he says was we could come up with something that the social media can provide as far as restrooms Catalina or restrooms Avalon, and then have a guide on maybe the chamber website and the city website as to where you can find a restroom for handicapped people too. So considering we don't have any property, that's kind of the best we can come up with right now. I'd like to speak to Mr. Jenkins about this in the future, and maybe we can have a little circle of brainstorming with John. Maybe the Island Company would be interested in trying to help us with this. Maybe they won't. It doesn't matter. The responsibility still falls on us. coincidentally, a guy named Chris Stevens called me up from Public Restrooms USA today, and he told me that they can build us a restroom any place, any size. So I told him to send you an email, and I will get one as well.
And he actually did, and Mr. Greenlaw has already gotten information about those restrooms.
Okay, great. Then we've got that forward. So my next thing would be the Pebbly Beach ramp that has collapsed. If there was a fire, we can't get the what are the hovercrafts up the raft. So during the 2007 fire, the hovercrafts were provided from the Navy to bring fire trucks over, and they use that ramp out there. At this point now, the ramp is collapsed. There's a 4-foot drop off.
The one at the mall, is that what you're talking about?
No, the one at the boatyard. The one at Pebbly Beach.
At the
Yeah,
heliport.
so we have no way to get emergency fire equipment over here if we had a major fire. So what I'm going to ask of the council is that we go about this as an emergency, because we launch our floats from there. We pull them out from there, I believe, some of them. Some of them we can do it with the crane, but it's not expedient. It's not that efficient. And then we have a lot of boats that need to go in and out of the water. If there was an emergency, that's where we pull them out. So now we've got 3 ramps that don't work. We got the one on South Beach, we got the one at the mall, and now we got the one out at Pebbly Beach. I would ask if we can get the council's approval tonight, or whether or not we can take some kind of action to go about this as an emergency repair that we need to do. I think we might have to work with the island company because the adjacent property is theirs, and we need to get going on the construction to put this ramp back in. If we can't do it, we need to find an alternative site, or repair the one at the mall, or repair the one on South Beach. But I think it's imperative that we do this. You will find that you're going to get some input from this in the next couple weeks, and it's going to be pretty urgent that we act on this. So this was from a big south swell that happened, I believe, that was whipping down up the coast in the last week. I believe Saturday it actually collapsed. So anyway, we need to repair this infrastructure, and I don't think the financial responsibility totally falls on us, because we probably can get some relief for this. But knowing how long the governmental issues take like this, I think we ought to make an aggressive, you can think about it next meeting.
Well, I guess the question is, I mean,
We'd have to put it on the agenda.
how could we, I mean, it does sound like it's important. I guess staff should.
We will, with your permission, what we'll do is let us do the research, the Pebbly Beach side.
Okay.
Let's find out what the issue, you know it better than we do.
Right.
So we'll find, at least better than I do. Maybe
Right.
others know. And we'll get that information. If the council wishes, we'll have something on the agenda to give you a report as to where we are, what there is, if there's some work in place. I don't know, but we'll find out. And we appreciate that.
Yeah,
And-
this starts here. So
And by previous resolution, the council has already given the city manager $50,000 of authority for emergency repairs. So
okay, that's all I have. Thank you for Thank you for that.
I'm going to try to run through mine rather quickly.
Okay.
First of all, I want to thank code enforcement. I've been seeing a lot of boots on vehicles, and people seem to be coming in and doing what they need to get them off, and so that's really exciting. So thank you, gentlemen, for being on top of that. Oh, thank you. Okay. On was it the 3rd of July, Don Kenobi came over?
Yeah.
Yes, and we had just kind of a rededication of the opening of the park, and he was very appreciative for everything. So that was great, and thank you, Dan, for putting that together, and everybody attending. I attended a Climate LA meeting a couple of weeks ago now. And it's really interesting because whether people believe in global warming or not, there are still things happening on the planet, and it is getting warmer and things are changing. So I found some interest. I guess I'm going to be curious how staff wants to work with this. If we deal with sea level rising, which is kind of the biggest one, but there's that issue, and then there's the little issues of keeping our community healthy and safe, and it's alternative energy and things that you talk about, but it's how to sell the community on these kinds of things, and us as a council coming up with our policies so that we work more diligently towards that future, which should be of concern to all our scouts here today. So anyway, I have this. I would like to share it with Joe first, and you can review it. It's a lot of talking points and how you get the community involved and community buy-in into making this a more sustainable community.
Oh,
so anyway, so that was a great workshop.
Great.
And then, of course, I went to the supervisors meeting with Captain Mefford and everyone. I attended the SCAG meeting in Paramount the other night. It was just an hour meeting, but it was kind of, I'm new on the Southern California Association of Governments, so they basically talk about the Council of Governments that she sits on, how they play with the SCAG, and then how we look at regional issues. And so it was the beginning of a learning curve for me, which I appreciate. And I did get some information that I was going to pass on to Cindy. And just a thought. The food at Casino Dock worked out very well on the 4th of July. And that facility is going to be vacant for a few months anyway. I don't think construction is going to start in the next month or so. I don't know. But I know Dan and I talked about it a little bit. I don't know if the council is interested in us, at least talking to Ivan, to do like the burgers and dogs and whatever out there, so the divers and the people of Avalon have something to do. He can make a little money. Maybe we could make a couple of bucks. I don't know if that's something that's of interest to the council.
I don't have a problem with that at all.
Is there an interest in that?
I don't have any issue with it, but are you speaking from the perspective that, I mean, we're talking about somebody's lease
Exactly.
tonight, so if we enter into a lease and it would sort of be first right of refusal for him to do something. But I think if he chose not to, if we enter into a lease and they choose not to do something, then we should.
But I'm thinking,
maybe.
I don't know time-wise, but let's say we have a month before any agreement's struck and things are dotted, everything is, why could we not have barbecues out there? Because the young man, if he's interested, already has insurance, and we do that for a few weeks. I don't know if that's worth investigating.
I think pending whatever our attorney recommends. If we don't have a problem with it, and pending on what decisions we make tonight, if it's legal, I don't mind.
We could go ahead and we'd have to enter into some kind of an agreement with him, but we could explore that and bring it back to whatever we come up with, tied to whatever the outcome is on item number 21 later. Okay. We can have that as a discussion item or perhaps action item at the next agenda.
Okay. I mean, he's always got, he might not even be interested, but he's already got insurance with the city of Avalon, and he did run a smooth operation that day, so it might be nice that we have an option for our divers and the general public. I also received some information from Dan Hunke about the flooded cars. And Dan, I don't know if you want to give a brief recap, because I'm curious then if, based on what the bottom line was, is if we wanted as a council to pursue something. Do you mind giving a little synopsis? Or was that already going to be in your speech later?
No, that's fine. So in regards to the cars that were flooded at the parking structure at 11 Golden Shore, we had applications available for both the Department of Transportation and the City of Long Beach for residents that were affected there. Sent in probably 18, 19 to each group, both to the Department of Transportation. The Department of Transportation responded back after a few months and said, this is not our issue. You need to bark up the tree of the City of Long Beach. In the meantime, we had about 18 or 19 applications or claim forms. Claim forms go out to the City of Long Beach as well. Had probably 4 or 5 conversations with the attorney that was, investigative attorney that was working on it, and, spent some time with him, gave him some contacts. At this point, the folks that put in the claim forms had not been contacted, but it was told to me by the attorney, the investigative attorney, that it looked like that he was going to make a recommendation. They were going to deny the claims. and a recommendation was made that individuals might go after, look towards an attorney that specializes in flooding damage and pursue that route. So I sent an email out the end of last week kind of saying that's where it is. So we haven't heard anything. This is kind of the direction I'm hearing it's going, which is, they're not going to view these claims and going to deny it, across the board.
Thank you. That is really sad news. Really sad news to me. And I don't know if there's anything that the city can do, because I know it seems like when I used to work for the city, when somebody filed a claim, the first thing they do is they deny it. But there was something in the memo about, well, this is the 70-year flood and blah, blah, blah. But they admitted early on that there were some problems with the pumps, I believe I heard. And you spoke to the city attorney gentleman over there. So I don't know if there's anything we want to do or can do I just feel terrible for all of these people.
Can we start by writing a letter, a strong letter?
Could the city attorney possibly have a conversation with their legal counsel?
Did.
I can, but we also represent City of Long Beach in some environmental matters, but I can talk to their attorney because he was just voted Public Counsel of the Year for the state of California, and just find out the status of this and have them get back to Dan on this.
Can we write a letter to the mayor, Garcia? Is that worth anything?
I don't think that would
help.
I don't think that would help.
Okay.
There because this is going to be handled by the city's liability division, which is separate from that. But I could make a call to find out more information.
Yeah, I think we all feel terrible about that. So
yeah, we should
but
move.
Thank you. Thank you. And I like that. Thank you for the bad news. Thank you, Dan.
Yeah. Okay, the boys want it. The boys.
Yeah.
Let the boys go.
And I just have one other thing, and I'm sorry to take your time. And thank you, gentlemen, for coming. Continue to enjoy our beautiful city.
Thank you, Scouts. Good job.
So
I wouldn't either.
So I don't know if the council wants to do anything about this going forward, but I'm going to throw it out there and see. There's the Deferred Action and for Childhood Arrivals, which is the program by which undocumented kids that go to our public schools are also able to go to college. And Catalina Island Foundation has provided those scholarships, and there's been 10 DACA students, as they call them, that are going to colleges and universities. 2 of them have graduated. 1 is in grad school, and 6 of them are going to be graduating next year. And the administration is wanting to end that program and phase it out as of September 2018, is what I'm hearing. That would affect all but those 2 graduates. And these are young people trying to better themselves. So I'm sick that this might happen. I don't know if the council wanted to look at trying to send a letter and saying, hey, we support this, or not.
What is it we're supporting?
These are the children in Avalon that have some of the majority probably born in Mexico that have gone through our public schools here, but they're not legal residents.
Okay.
But there's a DACA program that allows them to go to college. It's a deferred program. So so we have at least 10 kids that have been going, and like I said, we've got 2 graduates, 1 in grad school, 14 or 16 kids this impacts, that as of September they wouldn't be able to go to college. And I'm concerned about our local kids. So I don't know if there is a desire to write a letter. I can write one separately if we need to bring this back to the council.
Who's ending the program?
What's that?
Sorry, who's ending the program?
Yeah.
The president.
Oh.
So if the council wanted to send a letter on behalf of the council, we'd have to have that as
To
an
the
agenda
president?
item.
To the president?
Yeah.
Yes. Or the mayor can do it individually.
I'm okay with him sending a letter to the president, but we're not going to be a sanctuary city.
No, sir.
That's not what we're going to do.
No. This
okay?
is to protect our students here.
We're gonna treat people with dignity, kindness, respect, all the above, and then some. And we're gonna stand up for people, but we're not going to be a sanctuary city.
Right. We did that
from my point of view. I wouldn't mind writing a letter. That's fine. I don't want to offend.
I can put that on the agenda for the next meeting and have a draft letter ready to go.
Okay. Is that council?
Yeah, I was just reading exactly what it meant, and and
Out of all respect.
what it means.
To
So
the
yeah,
president.
I would be willing to support
I
that.
think what you're doing, Mayor, is telling a story about local residents
Mm-hmm.
who are being successful in our system and who are in a sense being good citizens.
Yeah.
And that this is an opportunity that is afforded to them, and that you're telling a real personal story about our people. And that's what I kind of get from what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Okay, that's it. I'm sorry. Okay.
Going back to Councilmember Hernandez's item, smoking in Avalon is prohibited in the following places: elevators, any public beach, on the pleasure pier, an outdoors public service area, or inside a government building. So not on Crescent Street. Crescent Street, smoking is allowed. It's the beaches on Crescent. It's the public beaches you can't smoke on.
I stand corrected.
All right, oral communication. This is an opportunity for people from the public to speak on items that are not on the agenda. You will be limited to 3 minutes, and no action will be taken. Oh.
Good evening. My name's John Hawking. I'm the captain at Avalon Sheriff Station, and I wanted to discuss a couple things tonight. To start off with was child car seats. I've had a couple people come to me and ask me if children are required to be in car seats on golf carts, and the answer is yes, they are. From reading from the California Vehicle Code, it's section 27363. Children under the age of 8 must be secured in a car seat or booster seat in the back seat. Children who are 8 years of age or older who have reached 4 foot 9 inches in height may be secured by a booster seat, but at a minimum must be secured by a safety belt. So basically, if you have a child that is under 8 years old, they have to be in a car seat. And I can tell you that I personally respond to golf cart traffic collisions. We've had some that roll over on their side. I've seen people holding their small child in their lap, but I've also seen people with full car seats strapped in the proper way. So it's just a reminder to everybody, we want to make sure that their children are safe in case there is an accident. The second thing I'd like to talk about is crime in Avalon. I've had several people come to me and ask about our crime rates in Avalon compared to other sheriff stations, and what are the crimes in Avalon? Well, I can tell you that there's 2 main crimes that we deal with constantly. The first one is drunk in public. And I'm not talking about when somebody has 1 or 2 too many. I'm talking about when they walk outside a restaurant or bar and they fall flat on their face, breaking their nose, scratching their face, real serious injuries. What we would ask is if somebody sees somebody that is that intoxicated, stop them before they continue drinking. Second thing is drunk in public is people that are challenging other residents, tourists, business owners to fight. If they're causing a disturbance like that, we want to try to stop it before the sheriff's department gets involved. The second crime that we deal with all the time is domestic violence. And domestic violence is very serious crime. What we would like, if you get in an argument with your boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, and it is an argument, step away from that situation until everybody cools down. Once they cool down, then you can discuss whatever you were arguing about in a level-headed way. If you hit the person, the law says that law enforcement has to make an arrest. So if one person hits the other person and they hit the other person back, we go out there and per the law, we have to take the dominant aggressor into custody. Dominant aggressor basically means whichever person caused the most injury. So if one person slaps the other person starts punching them repeatedly in the face, and they have a black eye, a broken nose, cut lip, that would be the person that would go to jail. So let's stop it before that even happens. Last thing I'd like to talk about is our actual crime stats. I can tell you that crime in Avalon is so low that it's almost ironic compared to other sheriff stations on the mainland. And I can give you an example. One of our highest crimes is larceny or theft. Since January 1st, we've had 16 thefts in Avalon. Okay, compare that to, and I won't name the other sheriff stations or cities, the one right below it had 868. We have 16. Very low. Next crime is burglary. We've had 4 burglaries in Avalon. City below it, or sheriff station below it, 406. We've had 4. Next one, grand theft auto. We've had 3 golf carts stolen since January. And my question is, are they really stolen? What happens is somebody comes out and they rent a property in Avalon. They get a white golf cart with blue seats as part of that rental. They come out and they go, hey, there's our golf cart right on the street. They get in it. They start driving. The next thing they say, hey, where's my water? Where's my items? Well, they got in the wrong golf cart. As we all know, most of the keys fit every golf cart. So next thing, they drive it back. Up, they see there's her water. She gets in hers, and the person reports their golf cart stolen because it's not where they parked it. We find it down the street where there is a parking spot. Bottom line, 3 were reported stolen. The station right below us, 862. So you got 3 to 862. Next one, forcible rape. Rape, we've had 2 incidents of rape in Avalon. The station below it had 25. Okay, the rape cases that we've handled in Avalon are not where the public would be in danger. They're more date rape type things. Still a rape, still against the law, and we still prosecute and we do all that. However, the public is not in danger for something like that. Next is aggravated assault. We've had 2 assaults since January, and the station below us, 433. So compare 2 to 433. Next is robbery. We have not had any robberies in Avalon since January. Station below us, 367. Arson, we have not had any arsons. Station below us, 27. Homicide, we have not had a homicide. Station below us, 14. Overall, crime rate in Avalon is down, and I really consider that community-oriented policing, where the public is telling the sheriff's department what they want us to focus our attention on, and we are doing that ultimately with law enforcement working with the public. That is why our numbers are so low, in my opinion.
Question in terms of drug abuse or illegal drug use. Sometimes some of those incidences that you, especially in those other cities, in that other city, would there be oftentimes a drug-related offense involved in those?
Oh, yes. Drug-related offenses are big everywhere. I should say that the DOJ classifies crimes as Part 1 crimes and Part 2 crimes. Part 1 crimes are considered the more serious crimes. Those are the ones that I just read. Oh. Part 2 crimes, such as narcotics, illegal marijuana use, drunk in public. I didn't tell you how many drunk in public, because that's a Part 2 crime. So Part 1, I'm looking at the more serious crimes. Okay. But very good question. Does anybody have any questions? Yes, sir.
Oh, yes, sir. Drunk in public. Doesn't some of that fall on the bartenders?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
The California law says if you know that somebody is intoxicated to the point where, and under the law, it's one of 3 things. Basically, they're under the influence of an alcoholic beverage where they can't take care of themselves or somebody else. such as they're so drunk, the guy just falls flat on his face, and we have to call the paramedics, the deputies respond, and then you could look back and see, were the bartenders serving that person after they were so intoxicated that they shouldn't have done it? That's definitely a consideration.
You know, something is that's a slippery slope, which I know. So I don't want to put the blame on the bartenders or the people that are drinking. I want to take care of all those people. Bartenders have a responsibility that is, because people can be sneaky about how drunk they are. They can hold their sobriety when they walk into the bar, and the bartender can make an impression on this person that just walked in. And you don't want to offend somebody. And some of these guys, they may not want to offend them. It's like, it might seem like the slippery slope comes in. Have you already been drinking somewhere? You have to kind of grill these people that are a little bit drunk, because sometimes they go to 3 different bars, and then that third bartender has to deal with what the first 2 bartenders just did. Most people who come over here, they're on a high already. They just love it. They're having a good time. They're going to think like, well, I'll just have another drink. And they're just not used to having 3 or 4. They're used to having 1 or 2. So I would think that sometimes you guys would have to make a judgment call as to, well, is this guy a pissed off drunk, or is he a nice guy that just got drunk and he just needs to get home? That's the guy that I don't want to see go to jail. The guy who is bothering people and is angry and just can't handle his alcohol and shouldn't be out. I mean, maybe that's the person that we need to find out, who's been over serving him, or get him out of the general public, because he might be the one that causes more disturbance amongst the innocent people that are just trying to have an ice cream and walk their kids down Front Street, and then they have to see something that isn't very pleasant.
And you know what, sir? That's a very good point. And like I said, the ones I'm not talking about is if the person has 1 extra drink that they shouldn't have had. I'm talking about where the person is just laying there on Front Street on their side, sleeping like they're in their bed. We can't have it, and nobody wants that. You have families coming down here and so forth. So maybe if they're friends, get them, stop them, take them home, take them to their hotel, whatever it might happen to be, then we wouldn't have to get involved.
Okay, just remember that bartender thing. Bartenders need to be responsible too, so maybe we could put the word out there. Because we're known to mix. I mean, Avalon is known to mix, to have a heavy pour. So it's a good thing. It's a good thing for people who would like to go out and have 1 and not have to have 6 to get to where you want to be. So
very good point.
Anyway, thank you very much for all this information.
Hi, Jim from the Chamber of Commerce. On a related topic, Councilmember Sampson, we are currently in communication with the ABC about hosting an on-island training for bartenders in the coming months. We historically do a safe serve program for food service handlers, but we haven't done one for alcohol service for a long time. So we're talking about hosting that sometime in the coming months.
Okay, great. And then maybe do most of the business establishments that serve alcohol, are they in the chamber? Are they members of the chamber? My point is, whether or not they are, maybe we can invite those businesses nonetheless and have their employees come.
All of our trainings are open to members and non-members, and I would say, as a quick run through my brain, the majority, if not all, of our alcohol serving establishments are members.
Oh, that sounds great. Yeah, if we could make that a smooth transition, that would be wonderful, because we generate a lot of revenue from people who drink. So,
and the sheriff's department would love to be part of that also and be there.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thorough report.
I'm really concerned that the hospital portion of this meeting was going to happen later rather than moving me up on the agenda. So I did want to speak about something and read a letter to the council, if that's at all possible. Sure. So, in the last 18 months, the Catalina Island Medical Center has been going through an evolution of change as we, really try to create a great experience for patients that receive care here in Catalina. And there's one more piece of change that is occurring at this point in time, and I want to read a letter that I wrote and sent to about 440 patients in our community, to the leaders of a number of organizations and each one of you, because you currently utilize an HMO insurance plan that is supported by a company by the name of THIPA. Catalina Island Medical Center is committed to providing you with access to quality health care. Providing superior health care to Catalina residents and visitors has become much more challenging of issues with an insurance carrier, Torrance IPA, THIPA. We understand that your employer currently utilizes THIPA as part of your HMO plan. That's why I'm writing you today. Currently, your HMO reimburses Catalina Island Medical Center in a very similar way to a tertiary hospital. A tertiary hospitals are large urban hospitals where income is generated by high volumes and expensive procedures. This methodology does not work for a rural critical access hospital such as Catalina Island Medical Center, which serves as a safety net hospital to the area residents and visitors. Rural hospitals are much smaller than urban hospitals and have lower patient volumes, yet we provide the same high-quality health care by using the same level of technology and are staffing our clinic and emergency department with board-certified physicians. Because rural hospitals treat fewer patients, we are unable to easily offset the costs, as would large urban facilities. As a result, since 2010, more than 60 rural hospitals across the nation have shut their doors. Under our current contract with THIPA, your HMO reimburses Catalina Island Medical Center as if we were a high-volume urban hospital. It reimburses less than both Medicare and Medicaid, approximately 13 cents on the dollar compared to 65 cents on the dollar from other commercial payers. We are not able to sustain the existing THIPA contract at this reimbursement level. Medicare and Medicaid understand the financial challenges rural hospitals face. Both have changed the reimbursement methodology so safety net hospitals, such as ours, have the ability to stay open. We have attempted to renegotiate your HMO contract with THIPA over the past year, but without success. Unfortunately, the financial realities have forced us to cancel our contract with THIPA. I want to assure you that we will continue to provide care to patients who are covered by HMO insurance. There is no change to the quality of care received at Catalina Island Medical Center and its clinic. We will continue to file medical claims for the emergency department services to THIPA on behalf of HMO patients. THIPA HMO will cover claims for emergency room visits, hospital, clinic, lab, physical therapy, radiology, and other services will no longer be covered by THIPA HMO insurance. That means that it will have to come out of pocket from the consumer. It is our hope that THIPA will agree to the new HMO contract with Catalina Island Medical Center and our clinic in the near future that reasonably reimburses Catalina Island Medical Center and helps ensure our financial stability. We are suggesting that THIPA HMO customers contact THIPA or the CEO of Torrance Memorial with any concerns. And I've listed both their names and where to contact them. We also suggest that you contact your employer and to inquire about PPO insurance plans, which cover all hospital services and give the patient choice. Thank you for your continued support of Catalina Island Medical Center and for entrusting us to care for you and your family members.
Thank you. And is it officially terminated, or are you waiting to hear back from them, or what?
No, it is both contracts have clauses, and one contract is for the physician portion, one contract is for the hospital portion. The physician portion, as of the 15th of this month, runs another 90 days. The hospital portion runs 180 days longer. So there's about 6 months, 3 months for the physicians that people can still be seen and be covered by the insurance. And at the hospital, you can get physical therapy, labs, whatever, for about 6 months. Are there any questions? What we are trying to do is to ensure the long-term financial viability for the hospital in this community. And there is no business that could sustain itself that if for every dollar that they charged a patient, they only received 13 cents.
That's what's happening now.
That's what's happening now to us.
Mm-hmm.
So with your business, Joe, If you charged $1 and I only gave you 13 cents, you'd have to just live with it because we had a contract. We're not going to tolerate it.
Is that something that deteriorated to that point? I mean, did they start off with the bigger percentage and then it came down to that?
It was a poorly negotiated contract from a previous CEO.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds like it. So what you're doing is getting rid of this FIPA and we're going to try something new? Is that...
Well, employees with the city currently utilize FIPA. They can choose to go to a PPO. We are trying to work on something a little bit different within, but will be probably a year down the road where we can have our own community insurance plan. But those things take time. But I can't serve patients where a insurance plan reimburses me less than Medicare and Medicaid, because as we know, within the world, Medicare and Medicaid are generally the poorest payers. Well, in this area, we have FIPA, and they beat Medicare and Medicaid on that. Really, what an HMO does for FIPA, Torrance Memorial Hospital owns FIPA. And what they do is they create this to get employees and patients involved in that insurance plan so that they can direct the referral patterns all to Torrance Memorial Hospital. It's a way of them taking the funds from our community and rather than reinvesting them back into our community, taking them all to Torrance.
So you're working on aligning a new insurance carrier that's going to reimburse the hospital at a higher rate, correct?
Now, what we would like to do in the future that we're working with the brokers to create what is called a self-insured captive fund, where we could work with a number of businesses within the community so that we have enough employees where we can self-insure and then offer that type of insurance plan to smaller employees that generally when they go to the open market, they have to pay higher premiums. But we would all share the cost, distribute the risk. And I have found whenever I've insured, and I've self-insured 3 other businesses before, I generally save money. Because what happens is when you go out into the open market and buy insurance, you know, your premiums are at this rate, and then you have a bad claims year, and so they jack your rates up 20%. Then the next year you have a good claims rate, and so they jack your rates up another 8%. Instead of, when you're self-insured, when you have that bad claims year, it goes up 20%, rightfully. You had a lot of claims. But when you have a good year, your claims rate goes down. And so the insurance company, no matter what, will always win.
Right.
That's the way they're designed to work. And so, but that's another project we're working on down the road. But right now, what I'm concerned about are the patients that use FIPA HMO underneath Anthem or Blue Cross or whatever insurance. And generally, it's the employees that are with the Island Company, the Conservancy, and the city that utilize this insurance. And the fact that we can't operate, an HMO is not designed for the island. A PPO is designed for the island where you have choice of different providers that you can see at different medical facilities. Let's take, for example, if we have somebody come into the hospital, you know, part of these contracts is that we send the patients to Torrance Memorial. It's mandatory that we do that. But if we can't get them into Torrance Memorial, we have to send them to UCI. Then they get into another system where after they have their emergency care work or whatever is done and they get referred to a physician, they can't go and see that physician. They have to go back to Torrance and see that physician. They don't have the choice to pick which physician they want to see.
Would it be more effective for the individual insurance carriers to write a letter? Is that something that you would suggest we do, or maybe the city?
I suggest everybody that is covered by the HMO product contact the 2 individuals that I listed in the letter. I figure if we can get 500 people contacting them, maybe they'll want to renegotiate prior to the 90 days or the 180 days coming up. All we want to do is be reimbursed a reasonable rate that is above our costs. And they don't want to reimburse us above our costs because, you know, and the reason why our costs are higher is that when we have great emergency medicine now, and we have a great clinic now, because we have the people with their specialties working in their areas of specialty. So with the emergency room physicians, we have to pay an emergency room physician 24 hours a day to be prepared to take care of somebody up there. In a tertiary hospital, an urban hospital, a large hospital, when you're paying an emergency room physician to be on shift, they're going to see probably 30 patients within an 8-hour shift. We see on average 6 patients within a 24-hour shift. But you have to have an emergency room physician taking care of those patients. So my cost structure is much higher than what it is for a tertiary hospital, but yet they want to reimburse me like we are a tertiary hospital.
Okay. No, that's just interesting. My one question, and I know you talked over your 3 minutes, but that's okay because the community is not in bed yet, too. So
It was 3 minutes, 20 seconds, and then the council asked questions. So I was actually time.
So some of our people in the city's plan, some are PPO and some choose to be an HMO.
Yes.
So, and can they only change at
December.
October, whatever those
Isn't it
months are?
December?
Or whatever
Our open enrollment period is either October or November, and it's effective January 1st. So they're locked into the HMO until January 1st.
So
Which is
under
6
under
months.
what was described right now, they'll still be through the end of this year covered under the HMO. The contract is being terminated beginning
At the end
next
of
year. So when we're doing that enrollment process, if there's no change, we would advise the employees that if you want to go HMO, there's going to be this reality that you may have to pay more.
At a higher cost.
Right.
Yeah, this is a dialogue that we would do with the representatives of employee organizations.
Yeah.
We have engaged them on other topics to let employees know what the situation is. It's really, and it would probably behoove us to enter into that dialogue sooner than later, so that everyone is aware of what changes. And to the point that Mr. Perret made earlier, we have communicated on your behalf in the past with this organization. They are not receptive at this point. I agree with him that the more voices that are heard expressing concern may help in terms of a new contract. Also, the stunning thing about this is that there are no state in this very highly regulated state of California. There's no organization, the Department of Health, State Department of Health, State Insurance Department that regulates. So there's no pressure from that point to ensure equity, and which was surprising. But employee voices, I think what Mr. Perret is saying, employee voices and business owners and so on, and their employees can have possibly a positive impact for them.
And would we
Yes.
want to write a letter on behalf of the city again? Does there write another?
We've done one.
Yes.
We would be happy, though, to do that again. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. We would be happy.
Can we take it a step further and then give our employees the information?
Oh, absolutely.
We are
write
going
their,
to.
to write their own letter, maybe a self-addressed stamped envelope. Just say they got to sign it, and then
We would actually we will engage. Yes, sir.
Oh, great. Yeah, if we could, would that help somewhat? I mean, just is that a starting point, Jason?
I think any amount of pressure that we can provide is going to be beneficial. I think my point, though, is, an HMO, even for you as an organization, you have employees. Now, if somebody needs to go and get physical therapy once this contract is up, they're going to have to get on the ferry and go over town. So you've lost an entire day of an employee's day working. As compared to, if we can provide the care, you lose probably an hour and a half. I would recommend, because I think it's the right thing for the patient, right thing for the employee, and right thing for the organization, if you have the ability to drop the HMO plan, because it is not designed for living on an island. What it is designed for is reducing cost and reducing choice.
Right.
All I can say, and not in contrast, but just anything we do with wages, hours, and working conditions, we have to meet in good faith with representatives of employee organizations, and I think in that discussion they will make rational decisions about what they would like to see, and certainly that would be a choice that they may want to have made. And based on what Mr. Perret is saying, there's a lot of evidence that would suggest that their costs are going to go up unless there's some changes here, and that's what I'm sure important to our employees.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
I've been Chuck Martin, 352 Catalina. I've been doing the health insurance for a lot of the companies and individuals here for 19 years. We've always had an HMO, and the reason we've had an HMO is because that's what the people can afford. If you show them the price between an HMO and a PPO, there's no question. Now, there have been a lot of companies. We belong to the university affiliates before we started with THIPA. I'm not sure how many people today have THIPA, but I'm sure there's a few of them. And it's the only thing they can afford. And plus, it also affords them belonging to an HMO. If they ever get medevaced off, it pays for it. If you're going to get rid of something, do you know how many people are affected?
Approximately 400.
Yeah. And, you know, they do things where you can say, we can't do this anymore, so grandfather, so the people that have this thing today can keep it and not all of a sudden be out in the cold. And that's what you're doing. You're going to cut them off. And if you're telling them, get rid of your HMO, they're not going to get a PPO. They can't afford it. And it was the same, it's been the same thing for 19 years. No matter what IPA you get, they don't pay you enough. You know,
Chuck,
so-
one of the worries that I have with what you're saying is that if I hear you, I see the point that, you know, an HMO is a lot less expensive than a PPO, but at the rate the hospital's been going, the city's going to end up subsidizing the hospital, and the city doesn't have money to do
Well,
that.
And I don't
So
know
we're trying to put pressure on the organization to say, hey, negotiate a fair contract is what the attempt is to do, which you've been doing for a year. I mean, the city's already written a letter. So now having 400 other people write letters might create the political pressure on THIPA that would make them come back to the table and negotiate a fair and reasonable contract. And I think that's what we're trying to do.
THIPA is huge. Well, 400 is not a major part of them. They, you know, and I'm not saying that they don't care about us, but they probably don't care about us.
Well, the
And,
H in THIPA doesn't stand for heart.
we're going to be out here on the island. People will not buy PPOs, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
And
So
Well, we'll get the new Trump.
So the 400 is affecting the island. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And I have to say, I appreciate Chuck's statements, but no business, including a hospital, can be financially sustainable if you're reimbursed 13 cents for every dollar you charge. It's impossible.
Well, I mean, and you know, every time I get a bill, even for major things that, you know, my wife had a new knee or a new hip or whatever, and it cost $80,000, and Medicare pays $20. So they're not paying much either.
I think that's a little
low, I know, but I'm making a
little
point.
exaggerated.
I'm just making a point, but it's not very much. It's a very low figure. You wonder, how can they get by?
And so imagine we're getting reimbursed less than Medicare.
Yeah, and, you know, and it's been that way forever. So, I mean, at one point in time,
Well,
there
you
was no...
insurance gurus can hash this out. We're moving
Thank you.
on.
Thanks, Chuck.
Were you going to come up here and talk about rocks or something
Well,
anyway,
very
weren't
nice
you?
if you could just do something without just cutting everybody off.
Right.
But we've been talking about it for a year. And we have already written a letter. So it's not just, I mean, it's, I think this 90-day and 180-day is, you know, I mean, it's not just an
You're giving
overnight.
people 180 days before their insurance goes away. That's all you're doing.
Yeah, there's been no decision, nor can we make a decision as an organization because we have not met and conferred in good faith with employee representatives to have the discussion. So we're not in a position to make any decision on the matter. What we will do is inform them of the situation, have a discussion, and engage with THIPA. And try to come up with something that works, and that's Chuck what we will do, and we're not in a position to tell them.
So far, nothing. Okay, thank you. Okay, anybody else? Okay, we're moving right along. We're on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mayor. If you're ready, I'll proceed.
We're ready.
I do say that we did attempt to put the entire agenda on consent, but we failed. We do have, however, 15 items, and I do have one amendment or one clarification on one item that I will get to and it's minor.
Okay.
One is the first is an actions to approve actions from the June 20th, 2017 regular City Council meeting. Excuse me, my horse has come back. Item 2 is expenditures submitted for approval. Recommended action is to approve a total expenditure amount of $2,449,778.35. Item number 3 is a product of something the council member Cassidy had heard about. Also, as the opposed SB 649 by Mr. Senator Hueso. It's a wireless communication. It's opposed SB 649 and authorize the mayor to send a letter in opposition to it on behalf of the city of Avalon. This removes the ability of cities to regulate properly their telecommunications devices on poles and things, and the League of Cities supports opposition. Item number 4 is a harbor rescue boat repairs. Accept the city manager's report regarding necessary repairs conducted on harbor boat number 2 performed by Balboa Boat Yard in the amount of $6,947.44. Item number 5 is Catalina steam cleaning contract. Authorize the city manager to execute a services contract with William Engel, DBA Catalina Steam Cleaning for stairs at the dive park and Step Beach. This is not just a one-time activity. It's an ongoing activity to make that area safe for divers. Item number 6 is a waterside permit modification application for aficionados charter. The recommended action is to make the affirmative finding that conditions set forth in the Avalon Municipal Code have been met and grant the waterside project application modification of adding the 36-foot vessel aficionado to aficionados charters waterside permit with the 2 conditions listed in the staff report. Item number 7 is a report of emergency work, hazardous tree removal. And this was done on December 12th, 2016. Recommended action, receive and file report from the City Manager Public Works Director in response to emergency work on City of Avalon property to remove and trim trees that were dangerous, that were determined dangerous and had to be removed. Authorization on item number 8 to accept the offer by Specialty Vehicles to purchase 3 Molly trolleys, previously declared surplus property by the City Council. Recommended action is to accept the offer by Specialty Vehicles to purchase the 3 Molly trolleys, declared surplus by Resolution 1631 on August 16th in the amount of $1,500 per trolley for a total of $4,500. Item number 9 is a support the City of Whittier's request calling on Governor to enter into discussion with the League of California Cities leadership to improve the unintended consequences of existing criminal law. Recommended action is to endorse and support the City of Whittier's resolution asking for a process of discussion between the governor, legislature, and League of California Cities. Item number 10 is a report emergency repairs at City of Avalon wastewater treatment plant. The recommended action is to receive and file a report from the City Manager and Public Works Director in response to emergency repairs at the City of Avalon's wastewater treatment plant. I believe I'm on item number 11. Item number 11 is a travel and reimbursement policy. It is recommended for clarification that we add clarification to the policy that the maximum gratuity for any authorized meal is no more than 15%. That should have been in the original policy. It was omitted, and I appreciate that opportunity to clarify. It is recommended that we adopt a revised travel and expense reimbursement policy. This is something that the auditors are happy about, our staff is happy about. It's clear, and we recommend its approval. Item number 12 is an injury and illness prevention policy. Just to say, the City Council has made the prevention of illness and injury to citizens and our employees a top priority. This policy, not just in name but in implementation, we recommend for your action and approval. Item number 13 is authorize the finance director to issue a request for proposals for professional services to audit fiscal year 17 through fiscal year 19. Recommended action is to authorize that the Director of Finance issue a request for proposals for professional services to audit 17 through 19 fiscal years. Item number 14 is fiscal year 16-17 fourth quarter treasurer's report. The recommended action is to adopt a resolution accepting the 15-16 fourth quarter treasurer's report by Ms. Lenz. Item number 15 is the authorization of expenses for the July 4th, 2017 celebration and reconciliation of revenue and expenses for the special event program on our nation's Independence Day. The recommended action is to approve the expenses of $42,023.86 for the 2017 July 4th celebration activities.
I think that was very good, and if you'd like to get a glass of water, go ahead. Okay, so we got 1 to 14. What are we pulling?
6 and 10, please.
15, and then I just want to, did the Appendix A,
Yes.
was that updated?
Yes, and
Okay.
thank you for that question, council member. It is amended to show what employees are assigned responsibilities, and it also to reflect that all of the employees on that exhibit or attachment are not necessarily department heads, and also in terms of their names and numbers and contact information.
Because it also says, and I hadn't pointed it out earlier, it says interim public works director.
Yes,
and I
and
just want to
that's-
make sure Bob knows that he's not going anywhere.
Yes, he's not. Yes, ma'am, and thank you.
He's not interim.
We know and
Yeah.
all of that will be corrected, and
Okay.
I do thank you for that
Perfect.
identification.
So with that, then I would just ask to pull number 15.
Is now this number 16, is that something that the council brought to you because people were concerned about paying their city taxes to the county? Is
Oh,
that what
no,
this-
no, that's the next item. That's a public hearing.
That's a
Oh,
public
it
hearing.
is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So I'm sorry, Joe, you asked for 6,
6 and 10, yes.
6 and 10,
Please.
and 15.
And
Okay, I see that.
8?
8?
Uh-huh.
Man,
And
we almost got there.
just
9.
had a question on 14, on
Okay,
the,
wait.
just really quickly, which is the fourth quarter treasurer's report and where we have our money and stuff. Can we put our money into our credit union? I mean, these piddly rates, and I think that credit union that the employees belong to pays more than that.
Well, starting last year, we are now investing about $3 million in CDs, which are getting a much better rate. On a 5-year investment, it's over 2% now compared to LAIF, which is still under 1%.
Okay. But could we put money in a credit union?
Limited amounts, we could probably.
Oh, okay.
Annually, you review a policy. It's an investment policy that the city council, and there might be a time if you wanted the director of finance and the treasurer to look at, and us to look at options, we could certainly do that. But we're following what your investment policy
Okay,
is.
it's just a question. Okay. All righty. So may we have a motion?
I can make a motion
Good luck.
to move
Wait, you're not.
Your question as to why 6 would be pulled?
We'll
get to that.
Yeah.
We'll get to that.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion to approve items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, 11, 12, 13, and 14, please.
Good job, Joseph.
I'll second it.
Wow.
That was good.
I'll second with I would like abstention from Chet's Hardware and Northwind Refrigeration on item number 2.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, there's been a motion and a second. Further discussion? Call for the vote. Okay. Uh-oh. You know what? I pressed on. When it's upside down, it says on.
Okay, let's do it one more time.
Okay. Ready?
Annie.
Okay.
Got all eyes?
Oh, now I need yours, Joe and Cindy. 4 eyes.
looking like.
Number 6?
Okay, item 6. Waterside.
Waterside permit.
Yes.
Okay, so I need to ask a question. So I'm looking over this waterside permit. Okay, John, this is nothing what to do with you personally. It's what I'm reading here. It says, with regard to transportation and circulation, the project will not generate substantial additional boat trips, including shore boat trips. Other movement within Avalon Harbor will not have a substantial negative impact upon existing mooring, docking, and other anchorage facilities, will not have a substantial impact on other modes and systems of transportation, will not result in a substantial alteration of present patterns of circulation and movement of people and of goods, will not increase traffic, hazards to swimmers, boaters, and other existing activities, will not restrict and alter existing coastal access. Okay, we approve a lot of these. How can we say that we're gonna allow more and more and more and more and still have this particular point in here that none of this is going to affect the boaters, the other boaters, the shore boaters, the activity, the traffic, the hazards, the liabilities in the harbor? I mean, it seems ironic that we can say this about every new activity and every new charter and boat that's going in the harbor, and it's not going to change a thing ever. I mean, when do we modify this and say that?
Harbor master.
The acting harbor master will describe the facts, but the law that your municipal code says is it's not alteration; it's a substantial alteration. So we are allowed to add services if it's an alteration, but what your municipal code says is it has to not be a substantial alteration. And so the harbor master would address then the facts.
Let me ask you this: if we get to a point to where we, just like vehicles, where we say where we stand up here and say, maybe by public outpouring or just simply our own vision of what we see Catalina as from our advisors on the streets and in the ocean. What if we get to a point and say there's just too much traffic here? Do we start with the last person that we approve, and we got to get rid of some of these boats? Do we start with the last person that we approve their permit and start going down the line and removing those? How do we fix this if it becomes a problem?
Let me just say this is a current issue, and it has to do with how much. Your question is how much can the harbor handle? How much can we safely move increasing numbers of people in and out of the harbor, safely navigate cross-channel carriers, cruise ships, and other local businesses? And the fact is that we've had that discussion, as I reported to you in this week, is that we need ultimately, and I'm not saying that we should take a negative action. We need a master plan for a capacity plan for our harbor so that we can ensure that whatever is done, and none exists. There is no master plan. There may have been back when. So we.
I'm glad I'm asking these questions.
It's a very good question.
Okay, because go ahead, Mayor.
I was just going to say, let the acting harbor master kind of address that.
Well,
he looks at
that's
these
fine.
things.
Then,
Feel free, Joe. Go ahead.
Okay, so thank you, JJ. I appreciate that, sir. So we just keep approved. So the last 10 waterside permits that we've just approved, absolutely no problem. Come on in, keep going, and then we still have the same verbiage here that explains exactly what the state of affairs is in our harbor, as long as it doesn't cause that. And if we don't have any systems of measurement in place, which is what we're getting to, because we're supposed to be visionaries in somewhat of a capacity. As council people, we're responsible to do that. So maybe we should move forward with starting some verbiage and starting to talk about what is our master plan in the harbor, and on the streets of Avalon, which we're getting to through our vehicle studies and traffic studies, and it's hard to gain traction in these areas because people are going to say, well, I didn't start my business yet. I was in the process of getting a vehicle here. And we're not trying to shut anybody down. What we're trying to do is see the big picture and what's best for Avalon. And then your expertise will help us understand that.
I think the one thing we need to understand here is that eventually, like the city manager said, our little harbor is going to get full. We have cruise ships wants to get more people over, the Express bringing more people over. There's a point in time when we are getting full. On this individual case for tonight, this waterside permit, if you read it in there, he can go to the docks before 9 a.m. and after 6 p.m.
Oh.
Those docks are not, they're open. And I've worked with John. I've observed John in his business, and he's patient. He's as patient as he can be when he has people that he's getting ready to load up. So that section 2 with regards to transportation, if he doesn't come to the floats during the midday, that's perfect. He's got to go to it. He has to go to his mooring. He sits on his mooring, and the shore boats bring him his people. Before 9 a.m. in the morning, the docks are open. He comes in, does a drive-by, ties up, gets his people, drives off. In the afternoon, after 6 p.m., comes in before the glass bottom boat, the island company comes in. Mm-hmm. He picks up his passengers. Boom, he's out. So in this incident, in this case, single case, mm-hmm. I totally agree with the number 2 on there. It's not going to create that big of a deal. If he sits on his mooring and the shore boat takes people to his boat, they do that all day long. That's the traffic. That's the shore boat. That's what they do. But as we opened up tonight, we have to start thinking about a master plan because our little town, our little harbor, is getting bigger and bigger with people, and there's not enough room. So
yeah, and we want to make the swimmers and the little paddle boarders. Those kids, we're creating memories for a lifetime, and they're enjoying it. But we don't want to run them off the road. We don't. These big boats, sometimes the captains need to understand it, and they do. I know
they do. They have no problems with that. The problem where that comes from is the private boaters trying to go to pick up the mooring. They're the ones that we have a tendency of being impatient. We watch it all day long. We're going, whoa, 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 and then all of a sudden he sees it, he backs off. So, but for this staff report, Brian, prior to his leaving, set it up, and he did a great job on it. So, again, I agree with that number 2 wholeheartedly, and we're there to make sure John abides by the rules just like we do everybody else.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for the input.
I just want to add that a couple months ago when we were talking either about the shore boats or the possibly the classic cruises doing tendering or whatnot, Brian Bray did do a report which did have detailed information about how busy the floats were, when their busiest times were, and that's a great start to
a great tool.
To the plan. And at that time, and it was just a few months ago, at that time there was no immediate concern of any of these permits coming forward for now. But further down the road, that's a great place to start.
Very much so.
JJ, is there a waiting list or anything like that for anybody else that's waiting to get into the harbor?
I'm not aware of one, but you gotta excuse me here. I just came into the scene here as harbor master, so I don't have all the information. But that's I don't believe there's a waiting list per se. But I could be wrong. Okay. I just don't know.
Because I could have sworn I've seen you out there a couple of years.
I'm sorry?
I've seen you out there a couple of years, so I thought you might have.
Well, no, I've been there a couple of years, but I haven't been involved in the water.
To your knowledge, there's not a waiting list or anything like that.
Not that I know of. Okay. But I'll get back to you on that. I'll find out, and I'll let you know.
Okay.
Thank you.
So don't we normally approve waterside permits at a certain point, at a certain time of the year?
Yeah, usually it's in January.
Okay.
Yeah, December.
But we make
December before January.
December.
We make exceptions to that, obviously, right?
Right, yes, you
Amendments
have done
at
that,
any
and then this
time.
is a modification of an existing one.
Okay. May I make a motion?
Yes, I think we have someone in the back that wants to make a comment, and then, great, Judge.
Mark Tasca, 330 Clarissa, and for 8 years I was on the Harbor Committee back in the late 70s. At that time, we realized there was a problem with congestion in the harbor. We had realized that the Bombard Corporation or whatever was bringing over more boats than our harbor could handle, according to the statistics in traffic, the incursions of boat against boat by the harbor master's records. So at that point, we proposed, the 8 of us, in fact, we met at the old City Hall. That really dates me. We voted unanimously. We went to council for a 6-month moratorium. At that point, Moffitt and Nichols did a saturation traffic 10-point study. Now, I think somewhere in the spider vaults, or whatever was in the spider vaults, you'll find that as a template to what you want to do now. But I don't do much in the harbor, but I take a walk and whatever, and I see that it's just absolutely crazy. And that's it.
Thank you, and that would be interesting to find that report if we can.
Okay, there's a report then, okay.
We can either call for the vote, or if you want to come up and talk, just so we can hear your voice, that's great too.
I absolutely agree with you. As a matter of fact, Joe, the master plan concept is critical for the future of this harbor. And I think one element that needs to be included in that is to decide whether we in fact are a harbor or a recreational swimming area. Right now, we're both, and boats and people, it gets a little crazy out there. And I think it is incumbent upon the city to start thinking about how to manage that process and how to manage swim areas and how to manage boat areas. One of the biggest issues really is that whole fairway crossway when you have kayakers and paddleboarders. I'm not sure what kind of information they do get when they head away from their rental, but they do cross a very busy runway, busy at certain times of the day. And I think that's partially what JJ was trying to point out as well. Just like anything else, we are underutilizing our resources at certain times of the day. If you go there when we pick up our fishing charters, it's pretty much empty. There's no paddleboarders, there's no kayakers, there's really not a lot going on. So I think the notion of understanding flow is also something we need to include when we look at any kind of larger picture. In terms of approving this particular application, though, I also want to point out this isn't a new application. What happened is I pulled Aficionado out of charter because we blew an engine, put a boat into charter to replace that, and so now I'm looking at bringing Aficionado back in, and that's why we get to hear this now instead of wait until January. And then lastly, I do want to point out that I've been operating for 15 years with an absolutely pristine record, both in terms of safety and also in terms of making sure that I'm paying the city on time and fully for the charters that we operate.
Great, thank you.
We appreciate that.
Harbor Master, did you want to say, or?
Just one thing real quick. This summer, we've really stepped up our enforcement and guidance regarding swimmers in the fairways and swimmers around the boat. We tell them they can stay 10 feet around the boat, can't be swimming through fairways. So, I mean, we've really stepped that up because of certain things that happened a couple of years ago down at the Isthmus, and we do get a lot of swimmers in there, but like anything else, you go to one end of the road, by the time you get to the other, the back end's doing it. But we have stepped up our patrols, our observations, and directions of getting people away from swimming through the fairways. So,
right, that's good news.
I was going to throw that out.
I understand that. I mean, my brother's worked in Lover's Cove for over 30 years, and I know Haley's done that. And there's swimmers everywhere out there. You just a good boat captain understands the dynamics and the nuances of his job and sees it all. And I really respect that about boat captains. That's why I salute boat captains. Okay, on this item, number 6, recommended action is to. I want to make the make the motion to go ahead and approve waterside permit modification application for aficionados, number 6.
Is there a second?
Second.
Call for the vote.
4 ayes.
Okay, and now we're going to 8. There's something really wonderful about those Molly trolleys. And I'm just really sad that for $4,500, we would get rid of all 3.
We can put one over there by your house on Descanso.
If you could put it in that way. There was a discussion I had very briefly with the chamber gentleman, with Jim, about when we redevelop the mall, since that's a piece of Catalina history, could be a visitor's information center, could be a housing for the homeless. It could be whatever. It's just too cool to get rid of 3 of them. If I had a place to put it for $1,500, I'd take one. Do you have a place to put it, Lynn?
I just said
Hot dog stand.
convert one to a hot dog stand.
I know.
I like that idea,
They're
actually.
too cool. So I don't really want to sell all 3. I'd like us to keep one and cover it because the windshield on that one has already been shattered. That's just me, folks. I just think it's too cool.
I like it.
cool. Could it be our impound yard for the cats? So you could put the cats in there. I mean, I don't know. And I didn't even like them when they were in town, personally. I'd call them the Rice-A-Roni trams, like San Francisco. But there's something about seeing those guys sitting out there that it makes me sad to think we'd get rid of all 3.
Is that something that we can entertain a thought like that?
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
Yes.
I mean, as far as turning that thing into a hot dog stand or something. I mean,
Yes.
I was kidding.
No, I wasn't. No,
I was
you could. You could.
No.
Well, and again,
The only issue today is, do you want to get rid of them?
okay, so I tried to contact through HGTV. No, I was trying to find a Find Tiny Homes thing. And I was hoping I mentioned to a couple city people, hoping that somebody'd follow up. Nobody did. But I got a call back that says, no, you got to go directly to. And I just think, how cool if we could get somebody that would be interested in doing that, and the tiny homes people come, do a whole big thing, rehab the whole thing right here in Catalina, and we use it for something. We not only get the PR, but we have something.
Do you have proposed land?
you know what?
Sure.
What about like Lover's Cove or something? I'm not talking about, the hot dog stand is just something that threw out there.
I don't know. If we could store it, though, because we're going to eventually be redoing the mall. And
What if we just use it, put it into service? I mean, don't you have any ideas that can hold some traction here? I mean,
I wasn't thinking as a tram. I was thinking as
not as a tram,
as a
like an
building
office.
of some sort.
Yeah.
An office. Oh my God, we're already out of space here. We could stick it in our parking lot. I mean, I know it needs work, but anyway, Bob Greenlaw is here to talk. What do you have to say, Bob?
Well, when I came on the island and I realized how much property that the city owned, I mean, we have very little property. Right now, they've been here since and being ready to salvage for a whole year almost. And they're sitting there taking up valuable real estate. So we truly have a plan for it, and we want to save one, then we should start working on that. But right now, we have a lot of equipment that's here at City Hall. It's also in our corporation yard, and it's just taking up valuable space that makes us inefficient. So if we truly have a plan, let's save one. If not, it's time for it to go.
I don't know. What does the community think? What's that?
Gotta go. Yeah.
Just $1,500 for those things. Just
I'm more along the lines of let's move forward, and there's a lot of nostalgic pieces. There's other losses that we've had, if you will, that we could have utilized as well. But I just don't. It's part of the history of Catalina, but
I thought it was going to be like a charming little something that you could cruise through, and it was going to be in good order and kept up, I would say absolutely. But I can see the thing at the city warehouse now with dirt and dust and cats coming in and out of it, and it broken down and being in people's way, and that's that's the vision I'm getting for it, and I can't see beyond that, but I'd like to.
Jim Luchohan.
Save her, save Annie. In the trolley.
I agree with the sentiment. I wouldn't have ever had the conversation with you if I hadn't had that idea at the time. But I don't have the capacity to act on it any more than any of you do. So if there were someone waiting in the wings who had the plan and the capacity, or if the outreach you'd made, but I don't have a solution beyond the idea.
Was it offered to the people of Avalon? Was this posted in the paper as surplus?
It was surplused. It was noticed properly according to your ordinance. It was also published in a statewide publication.
Nobody reads those.
I know. It's.
We went through several iterations trying to get $10,000 apiece.
I know.
And that was in this community and also out there over town. And we resulted with getting an offer of $1,000. We countered with $2,000, and we ended up at $1,500 apiece.
So what are they going to do?
And
with
they
them?
could be off the island tomorrow or the next day.
And what do they do with them?
They're going to go repurpose it. So maybe we can take a picture. Maybe they can send something back to us and have
charge
some.
us for $100,000.
Yeah, maybe that's our connection. Is that these came from Avalon, and maybe we can have
There we go.
a plaque or something that has that, and that could be the
Probably
sister
worth
city.
Worth more than
the
the
black.
Yeah.
But
plaque's worth more than the thing.
I'm going to make a motion to accept the offer submitted and sell the trolleys at $1,500 per trolley for a total of $4,500.
I'll second that.
And on principle, I'm voting no to not save one, because this isn't any kind of deal breaker, but.
Good for you.
Okay,
would-
call for the vote.
That's no.
I would. I just can't. I can't do it. I wish I could, Annie. I love your idea.
3 ayes, 1 no, Mayor Marshall.
Okay.
10 is Joe, I think. Joe
Pardon me.
have
Oh,
questions.
What is this, 10?
Yeah, number 10.
Wastewater treatment.
Okay, yeah, Bob, we hear. So are the repairs done on the?
Complete and operational.
Excuse me?
The repairs are done and it's complete and it's operational.
So do we have a backup?
Yes.
Okay, we do. And is the backup functional?
Both of them went down at the same time. That was an odd situation, so that's why we needed to get at least one of them up and running. The other one is a budgeted item to purchase a new one.
It's a centrifuge we're talking about, correct?
Centrifuge. That's correct. And so that's what squeezes the water out of the solids at the very end of the treatment.
Oh, okay.
And then we put them into a drying pond, and then from there they get hauled off to the landfill once they reduce down to 50%.
Okay, let me ask you. We were. I had some. I visit the sewer treatment plant from time to time, and there was some concern about the computer that actually assisted the centrifuge in its functioning.
Yeah, I think
and
it was,
the dusty area it was in. Has that been resolved yet?
So I think it was the VFD that they were talking about, the variable frequency drive, and that piece failed besides the gears in this one. So so we went in and we initially thought it was just the gearbox, but as we dug into it further, we found out it was also the variable frequency drive failing at the same time. So
Has there been any progress towards making the facility that the actual brain or the controller or the computer, I'm not sure exactly what, for the
SCADA?
centrifuge? Have we done anything to keep it? Because there was some concern from the plant manager that
Van Matting.
Van, that we were getting too much dust in the computer system.
Okay.
That actually
and
nothing's been done yet.
He hasn't addressed that with
Okay.
me. If it,
He's got
if
other
it wasn't
issues.
discussing the VFD, but he hasn't brought that to my
Okay.
attention. But we work closely. I mean, I'm in contact with him.
Okay, so we have a
almost every day, if
centrifuge,
not every other day.
and we have a backup, correct?
And the backup, we have a one budgeted, and we're looking to bring that forward very soon.
Okay.
To purchase that.
Okay.
He has the quotes. He has the 3 quotes.
Okay, great, because he was concerned about that in case the main centrifuge went down, then we would have something to go online. And
So for any facility that's like a municipal facility, we need to have a redundant system. So we have to have 2 of each, and so that's.
I know we had one, but it
Yeah.
didn't work. So
Yep.
great. If we can get that other one working, I think I feel a little better about it. And I think Van would too. I just, like you said, the redundancy, we got to have some type of a backup system in case this time of the year, in the middle of August, that main centrifuge went down. So anyway, thank you for your insight. That's it.
Maybe this one's for the city manager. Are we making any headway with the developer's fee? And this is what we're talking about, all this stuff, the infrastructure and all that.
Yes,
I
all
know
of-
there's a lot of buildings going on in town.
Yes, and you're going to be asked soon to adopt interim fees, so we can take the time to do that.
So we haven't really
and that's
stepped up.
something with you will be asking. We'll make our best estimate of fees, and if people want to develop, then they can pay the fee, or they can choose to wait until the new fees are in fact. Now, I'm assuming that this is something you would do, but that would be the idea of adopting an interim
Yeah.
fee. And the contracts, I believe, have been signed.
Contract signed. Right now, work has started with a consultant. They're receiving all of the volumes of information from us at this point in time, and they're actually taking and processing that information. And today, I even received a current email from them giving us the current status where they're processing that information. So there's some real movement happening in that study. Okay,
thank
coming to
you.
you soon.
Okey-doke.
Yeah, but I think
We're
your
missing
point.
out.
But I think I think the council members' though point is well taken, that we need something that. I'm not talking about an interim ordinance that creates the M word. I'm not suggesting that. I'm just suggesting that there be an interim ordinance that would identify what we believe would be the fees, and we would tell people, if you want to go forward, you could pay. You would pay no more than this, or if it's less, we'll refund. But that way, we capture that amount, and that's something I know the council member and council has been concerned about for some time.
Motion?
Yes.
Motion to approve item number 10, a report of emergency repair of City of Avalon wastewater treatment plant.
Second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Call for the vote.
All ayes, or 4 ayes.
14.
Number 11, travel and expense reimbursement. I think I'm glad you clarified the part on the gratuities. But, so,
Where are you at?
on the travel expense report?
Oh, we already approved that.
We already
Did we?
approved it.
Yeah.
Oh, heck.
Would you like to pull it?
Well, I just
And,
have another question, Dan, I'm sorry, because okay. The airfare shall be booked in advance as far as possible to achieve that airfare expenses are limited to coach or economy airfares that are equal to or less than those available through the enhanced local government airfare program offered through the League of California Cities, blah, 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 blah. So if we're supposed to be doing that, should not somebody in-house be
Yes.
making our travel
Yes.
expense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, if that's truly what we're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, I mean, yes, we should, and I think, I think that way, it's more ease for you. It's, what you would do is give us the schedule, and then we would do the booking, on travel. That would be, that would be under this policy, and it keeps a better handle on, if you will.
Right. And the other thing that I'd mentioned to the finance director was that if we put it on a city credit card, we get the cash back, or we get the air miles, or whatever
Yeah,
we have, which is beneficial to the city as we continue.
Yeah,
to
I am not a big, based on what the auditor has said for the last 4 years, I am very, I would like to see us use a card system like a Cal card that's used all over California, that can better track and assign the use of a credit card, and we're in the process of I believe of implementing that. Cal card system is a credit card, but it's a credit card with a control system in it that will give us easier. It'll be easier for you and easier for us for accounting.
Okay, perfect. Okay. And now we're to item 15, which is the 4th of July expenses. And Councilman Sampson, did you pull that one?
No, I didn't.
I did.
Oh, I'm sorry, Cindy.
I will be abstaining from the lodging.
What are you abstaining from, Cindy? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I will be abstaining from the approval of lodging.
Okay. And that was
So
your-
I would make a motion to approve all the expenditures, but abstaining from lodging.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second it.
Absolutely.
Discussion? Call for the vote.
4 ayes.
Okay, now we have a public hearing. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Why did we do that?
Yeah.
Is it, you were just, oh, you just.
Oh, because it
sensitive?
was the Island Company.
Oh,
This is the
okay,
Island
cool.
Company.
Thank you.
Okay, so item number 16 is a mechanical thing. When you've already adopted your fees, and the county allows you to put them on the tax roll so the county collects them. If you don't do it that way, then we have to have our internal staff manually send out the bills, collect them, and we find, generally cities find that if you do it internally, you lose a lot of revenue because people don't pay. And then there's a lot of expenses. County only charges a quarter. You've done this for as long as I've been here. And so this is just a public process that you have to go through to put the fees on the tax roll to make it easier to collect the taxes and save fees.
The fees that you guys approved at the last council meeting.
So do we ask for public comment?
Yep.
Yes.
We open the public hearing?
Yes. Is it open? Any comments? Hearing none, we're closed the public comment section. And I'll make a motion to adopt 4 resolutions adopting reports for the annual trash collection for grease, sewer, and salt, and direct city clerk to request LA County to place the fees on the 1718 property tax roll.
Second.
Further comment? Call for the vote.
4 ayes.
Items, okay. Okay, now we're at item 18, correct?
17.
17, consideration of an ordinance. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Good evening. This item is agenda number 17. It's consideration of an ordinance to amend section 3-2.103A of the municipal code to extend the due date for the Chamber of Commerce to present the audited report. The current municipal code requires the Chamber to present on or before September 1st their financial results as of June 30th of that year. And in order for them to do that, they need information from the city as to what the final TOT revenue is for them, and then they have to have their auditor prepare the report. And having that short a period of time, just July and August, to do that is a burden for city staff. It's inconvenient for the chamber during their busy season. It's also higher expense for the chamber for them to be hiring an auditor during the peak season. So we're requesting additional time to prepare that report. We're recommending November 1st to be the new deadline, which would give us 120 days total.
Okay, comments? Or is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
The appropriate motion would be to introduce and waive all readings of an ordinance
Sorry, I
amending.
was looking for it to read it.
Okay.
Anyway.
If there's a motion, is there a second?
Need mine? You don't need to read it?
I second it.
No, we have waived all readings of the ordinance.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Right.
That's the second from
I
Councilman
think
Sampson?
I think Beetle seconded it.
Yeah, but that's okay. That's
No, no, whatever she got, Denise is on it. Okay, call for the vote.
4 ayes.
Okay, item number 18. Appeal of Robert Vickers for denial to reclaim residential vehicle permit.
Just a reminder is that Dudley's in the AV room, so if you have any questions about this, you can come forward.
Okay.
Mr. Vickers.
In fact, why don't you have Dudley come out so he can tell you the history, and then Mr. Vickers is also in the audience.
Yes. Dudley, would you like to come out and say hello? He's checking something. Okay. I don't know if you want to recap. I mean, we've all read it,
Yeah, I've read it.
but
Hello.
hello. Do any of the council members have specific questions?
I would probably want to field questions from you guys here because I can.
Yeah, you're here to field them. I know.
Yeah.
And
Somebody, you may want an overview of the issue. Is that would the mayor?
yeah, I mean,
would that be
we've all read it,
useful
but
by
if we
someone?
want to give the overview for the public, that's fine
Yeah.
too.
But someone.
You want to just give a brief?
But the only thing I could bring up would be when I took over the vehicle clerk job 11 years ago. Bill Loomis warned me that I'd probably see a lot of faces come up before me that, and this is not any dispersions on Mr. Vickers at all. But I did have probably a half a dozen people come before me and say, well, oh, my name was erased off that book years ago. This happened or that happened or whatever. So Mr. Vickers did come to me at one of my earlier months on the job and say, you know, I've lost a sticker and I'd like to get it back. I contacted Mr. Loomis because I wanted to get some history, and I couldn't find any written history on the fact of what had happened. And Mr. Loomis basically told me that no, that was Mr. Vickers had left the island, so his sticker went back in the pool, and it was dispersed to somebody else who was on the waiting list, like many of them have happened. And that's all the history I can really give you because I don't have anything on paper. Through our discussions with Ken DePere, who is our, I don't know if he's our full-time hearing officer now, but he's at least our temporary one. He came up with a legal term called latches that says if you don't appeal something within a certain amount of time, that's not up to the city to prove whether or not there is some legal reason to give back the sticker. So I think that's all in your reports. I'd like to apologize to Mr. Vickers for the time it took for us to get him before us to hear this case. But him and his family have been very, very cooperative on this whole matter. So if you have any other questions for me, I'd be happy to help you out. And if you have some questions for Mr. Vickers, that would be.
So all the information is in here.
Everything that I have
okay.
is in front of you.
Was there any information about his residency or his bills or his employment here when he was here?
I think
all
whatever those some of those questions might be for Mr. Vickers. Okay. What I have given you is everything that came out during the hearing process with the hearing judge, and I think even Mr. Vickers said that.
And you have a report from the hearing officer that's here.
Yes.
It's the decision of the.
Yeah. Ken was, I think, especially being somebody who's totally third party.
Yeah.
He had nothing in this game. So I'm here for you. If you want to ask Mr. Vickers some questions and I can help out, I'd be happy to stay out here.
Mr. Vickers, if you'd like to come up, you sure may.
Bear with me. I didn't hear what you said. So let me get up this speaker.
Please.
I didn't hear quite everything, Ole, or Dudley said, so feel free to ask me anything that you would like. Anybody have anything? He apparently looked in the records, and this business that went on was when Bill Lomas was here, and there doesn't seem to be anything in the records of what happened. Am I right with what I say?
Yes.
So other than that, you people in front of you have all of the paperwork that I've completed for this application or request, whatever you want to call it. So I say it's up to you.
This is difficult because we know you. I mean, I don't know how they're anybody, but because we know you and we love you and we love your family. So this is really a difficult thing. I was trying to create an analogy, and can you hear me?
I can't hear you, no.
Okay. Well, then I don't want to tell my analogy to the rest of the world if you can't hear me.
I don't hear very well at
No,
all. I think the acoustics, I talked to Dudley about it, are terrible in there. I try to listen to you people at home on the television, and
Don't we have something?
I have hearing aids in.
Oh, yes, but
they're turned up as high as they go, and
Okay.
I still can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, dang, I was all ready to tell you my analogy, and I guess I'll have to leave it for another day. I guess, based on the findings that we have here, the fact that I'm having a hard time talking to you, knowing you can't understand.
Yeah, and so one of the issues is that if he cannot hear us, and if there's some kind of a hearing help that we can give him that would enable him to hear this, we should give it to him if you're requesting it. And so we can, I don't know if we have that handy tonight, but we can continue this for 2 weeks. If you think that there's a hearing device or some amplification that we could provide you so that you can
I would really
hear.
not like to come back. I would like to have a decision
Dudley's getting it.
tonight.
Here we go.
Well, can you tell him right now just what the attorney said to see if he hears that when you're talking?
I could pass on.
Yeah, pass on what you have to say to Dudley.
Right. And then I think one of the issues for the hearing officer is your municipal code says that you have to consistently reside in Avalon. And evidence of that is usually documents showing that you've been here, subscriptions, all that stuff. And none of that documentation was submitted.
Right.
So for that reason, the hearing officer concluded that there was not evidence to support that during all this time, Mr. Vickers had consistently resided in Avalon. In addition to that, because he waited for 16 years to assert this, that was so long ago that we couldn't cross-examine, find witnesses that were around back in, the early 2000s. So for those two reasons, the hearing officer denied the appeal.
You can hear Scott fine, so maybe Scott can relate.
Oh, okay.
Is it his voice or his mic?
I think it's.
I think he's talking into the mic.
You have to speak into your mic.
Can you hear me now, Mr. Vickers?
Yes.
Oh, well, that was easily solved. Thank you. Okay, so bear with me on my analogy. Well, I guess my first question is, when the sticker was removed and Mr. Loomis said, we're taking back your sticker.
Yes.
There was, you didn't, and you claim that he said, but maybe you could get it back at a later date. That was kind of what I was.
Will you run that by me again?
There was something about when he took the sticker, Mr. Loomis, you kind of thought like you would be able to come because you thought he was going to store the sticker for you.
That's what I thought, but
Okay.
I'm not sure. It's been like 20 years, and my memory is not as good as it should be.
Okay.
I think he said something about the fact that we're going to bank it.
Okay.
But I'm not sure. At the time, I didn't care because I was in the mix-up with my wife and moving her to Palm Springs. There were a lot of things going on. I had just sold my house, and he got the idea someplace that I was leaving the island, which I did not. I took her down there to help her get settled. I was in back and forth from town to Palm Springs to a whole bunch of places.
All right.
Staying here and there, and basically at my daughter's house, one in Irvine and one in Catalina. It was a big mix-up for about 2 years about where I was. My brother died. I had a heart attack and all kinds of stuff like this.
Right.
It is very hard to keep track. So go ahead and ask me whatever questions you need.
Well, I guess my comment is that something as valuable as the sticker. We all know that nobody wants to lose their sticker.
In those days, it wasn't as imperative as it is now.
Okay.
And I thought, well, I don't need it right this minute. When I get ready, I'll come back. And when I came back to the island, I had an opportunity to buy this junk that I drive now. So I didn't need it then, so I drove it, and now it's getting terribly old. It's time to replace it.
Right.
So get my sticker back, and I'll be just like where I was before.
Mm-hmm. I guess, though, knowing there's, like you say, it wasn't as imperative then, but I think it was still a valuable asset that people didn't want to get rid of. And my example is, which you're not going to be able to catch this, I'm sure, all of it, but my grandmother used to give me silver dollars 4 or 5 times a year. And I had these silver dollars, and I collected them for years. Then, at about 10 or 11 years old or whatever, I take them to the bank because the bank is going to take care of my silver dollars.
Right.
Okay. But I was a kid. Okay? I was a kid. I wasn't old. So I go to the bank one day and I said, I want my silver dollars back. And they said, you can't have them. Well, hell, that silver dollar wasn't worth $1 anymore either. But all I got back was $1. So I guess my point is, something that was as valuable as that sticker, you would have thought, you would have said, okay, give me a piece of paper that says you're holding my sticker
Well,
for
I think
me.
there's a bunch of hanky-panky going on there at the same time. And I don't think that he even put this registered in any kind of a log or paper. He just took it off my window. And I'm not at liberty to say what he did with it.
Right, right.
I think he gave it to somebody.
Well,
A friend.
Mr. Loomis was a pretty
Politics, but
honest, honest
that
guy.
can't be proved right here and now.
Yeah. Well, no, with that list, I doubt that seriously, however. Well, counsel, any comments?
I think it's pretty unfortunate.
Yeah.
Unfortunate. I appreciate all the information you provided. I appreciate it.
I think all of you have a copy of this.
Yes.
Yeah, we do.
Sure do. Yeah. Well, counsel, what's your pleasure? Or
I
non-pleasure?
just think we're in a situation here that, what's been said and what we're assuming. And it's just a hard situation for everybody, but I think if we approve something like this, we're really going to open up a can of worms. I mean, this is going to open up a can of worms for anybody to come out of the woodwork to say, my name was on the list, my name was doing this. It's just a real hard situation. It's an unfortunate one, but it's really hard for me to say to grant you this sticker. That's just my opinion. And I know it's an unfortunate thing, but it's just, that's all I can say about it, Bob.
Well, no more comments? Somebody want to make a motion?
What is, first let me ask, a yes vote would mean that we agree with the hearing officer's denial of the permit?
Well, the motion would be to deny the appeal. So you have to say whether you're going to grant the appeal and he gets a sticker, or deny the appeal in which he does not get a sticker.
Nobody wants to make this motion.
Then it'd be a done deal.
Well, I'll get us off of it. Where was Ole? That's what he gets us off of dead center. I'll have to make a motion to deny the appeal. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Did I hear her correctly?
Yes.
She said she is making a motion to deny your appeal.
We had to get off of dead center here, Bob. So, more comments?
If I see it my way, this is not the end of it.
Okay.
So,
I understand.
I don't know what to do yet, but be prepared.
Okay,
Okay.
I understand. Okay.
I understand.
Let's call for the vote.
I don't think so. You want to make a vote yes, I'll accept that, or that's all the conversation I think we have.
What am I?
So she has made a motion.
Second.
Then there's been a second and we voted.
3 ayes, Marshall, Cassidy, Hernandez, 1 no, Councilmember Sampson.
All right.
So your appeal was denied.
Oh,
By a vote of 3 to 1.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Those are painful.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Item number 19. Request for an encroachment permit on Crescent Avenue from Catalina Printing. Would somebody, Denise?
Well, actually, I wrote the report, but Mr. Jenkins and other city staff were the ones involved. So I think, David, if you could give a summary of... No?
Interesting. Well, the issue was there was a temporary encroachment permit issued, a temporary encroachment permit issued. The gentleman and his wife had applied for one, and it went through. We routed the application to have a pop-up business, and the applicant pursued it. We routed it through the departments. There was the only comment was that we would give a temporary a trial period of 3 weeks, and that after that, during that time, we received complaints from business owners, adjacent business owners, and from members of the community who didn't feel that it was fair that the permit be issued because they had fixed places of business. I was chastised a bit, if you will, because I consented to, or I take responsibility for consenting to the permit, not knowing the history or the concerns that had been expressed or had previously in prior years been expressed. But the permit was routed to two departments, and but I take the responsibility of that. So the applicant has that right, every right. When the recommendation was made to deny a new location, the applicant was told that he has every right to appeal it to you. And what the concern really, I guess, relates to is it's not that the city wants to deny people startup businesses. I know from my own experiences working with the chamber and the legislative side how hard it is to start a business. You have to start somewhere. But the question becomes and by historically speaking, is Crescent Avenue or to the Mole the right place to do it? And I think the city in the past, what I'm told, because I wasn't here, in the past that they thought that if you do one, you'll have 5, you'll have 10, you'll have 20. And that's the basis on which I understand that the recommendation to deny a location on city property on Crescent or on the area to the Mole. And again, it's not about if it was based on the quality of the individuals, it would be easy because they're quality people. So, but it's
absolutely.
Yeah.
Well said.
I don't know how much we want to belabor the conversation. I mean, I'm happy that you have had an opportunity to provide exposure to your business for the last 3 weeks. And are the 3 weeks up?
There was, I believe the 3 weeks is up, yes.
Okay. However, I agree with the community that, I mean, the pop-up situation is something that I don't think, because I've already been approached, and we have to say, it's tough to say no, but we've already been approached by some other people and it's on city property. So I'm just going to say I feel I have to deny the application, and I don't know how much we want to discuss it.
Go ahead.
No, they get their 3 minutes each, but other
They
than
can
that,
talk.
right.
Oh, yeah, okay,
Right.
of course.
Well, good evening, and thank you very much for the opportunity to present our issue. My name is Ana DeRay, and this is my husband, Armin Oganessian, and we represent Catalina Printing, a recently established local printing company that offers quality professional services. We operate out of a small workshop located in Pebbly Beach and offer a wide range of design and printing services, including various souvenirs, T-shirts, tiles, and much more than that. We also partner with most of the nonprofit organizations on the island and youth clubs by offering them very low net prices and high-quality products to support their fundraising efforts. And in order to be able to maintain this business on the island, we really need to also sell our products. We have spent months searching for a storefront location, but as you all probably know, it's a tough task on the island. And so far, we haven't been able to find such a space. So we went ahead and applied for a temporary permit, as Mr. Jenkins indicated, and we're granted the permission to set up a pop-up tent at the corner of Crescent and Pebbly Beach Road, which we have done a couple of times now. We would really like to have the opportunity to continue offering our services on Catalina Island because all of our products are made on the island exclusively for the island, for the tourists visiting the island. And so we would really love to have the opportunity to continue offering our service here on the island.
I want to ask you guys, I wanted to push your business. I think it's wonderful that you have the printing business on Catalina. It's something that I believe we've needed. The direction we're probably going is not the decision that you probably want to hear, but I want you to know that I think what you're doing is a good thing, and I will support you verbally through the community, and have you understand that there's some people out there that own property that might be interested in what you're doing. I don't know if you've spoken. Can I go into this area? Because just suggest to them where they could possibly go to have their services patronized, like the Metropole. Greg and Sana are great about little shops like this and little ideas, and possibly a little section like a pop-up. They're really good about working with people because it's kind of like a fair in the Metropole anyways. They like to have open air little booths like this and artistic things. John from Aficionados that was in here, him and Karen, love handmade things. If you could go in the area of, and I'm sure they probably purchased some things for you just to get you guys started, but I like what you're doing. I think it's great, and I think that the community will benefit from having your business in our community. But it's real hard for us to put anything on Front Street because Annie's right. There'll just be a landslide of people that want to put something there, and the business owners that we already have on our storefronts, they pay such an absorbent amount of money and they've done it for so many years, selling just what you want to do, that we kind of undercut them if we let you do it. And I think that's what I'm feeling really bad about, because I know you guys are invested in our community. I know you live here. I know you work here, because we all do that. We all work like multiple jobs, and then we start our own businesses in order to, supplement our income. So that's why I would say that I will support you in every way I can. I don't know if I'm going to approve this unless somebody says something exceptionally striking that takes my breath away as far as what we can do for you. But that's what I want to say is I want to get your card. And Greg and Sana is a good start. There's a couple other stores you might. Pam Wilcox, she has some really nice, classy stuff in her store, and Aficionados is great too. So I'll give you a start on where to go to push your merchandise.
Thank you for your suggestions, and we, if I may just add that we're already working with a number of local stores, those who are willing to work with us, and it's a great relationship. And we would love to have a space that we can rent and pay the full time, basically rent and rent it for a store, but we're just not able to find it at the moment.
Absolutely.
So.
There's also an empty location in the arcade that's been empty for well over a year or so. But I'll just say that Joe's spot on. The outcry of concern when the tent first went up, and I mean, I'm very supportive as well, and I think what you guys are doing is great. It's a service that isn't already being provided on the island, but the biggest concern for me is hearing the other vendors that pay high dollar rent on Front Street. And I think that the city did a great service for you, allowing you to be on Front Street in a pop-up for the 3 busiest weeks of the year. So that's a good boon, and hopefully you were able to pass out cards and get some information out there. But this to me really isn't any different than a lot of the different tour operators that have wanted to provide service in the community, and we've required them to have storefronts, and then again the amount of space that the city has is so valuable that it would open the door to many others that have asked in the past and have been denied, and then those that are waiting in the queue. So this is a difficult decision too. Okay, thanks for loading our agenda with difficult decisions tonight.
Is there a motion?
I'm glad to hear there's a printing business in Avalon now.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we will support you there.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you for your support and the opportunity to have it for, like I said, for 3 weeks. It was a great promotion, and we'll just continue looking for a space to rent.
Well, we haven't voted yet, but is somebody going to make a motion?
Unfortunately, I'll make the motion to deny the application.
There's a second?
A second.
I'm sorry.
The vote.
So sorry, guys.
Member break.
That's that anyway.
Pick up the pad.
Only have one vote up there, Annie's. Oops.
Making a motion
To get it
Deny.
Bill on aisle one?
Joe, I know you voted, but, I mean, could you push
No.
your button?
No. Does that be no? Make a motion to. No?
The I is to deny.
I is to deny?
No.
Okay, well, I voted no, so we're going to have to do it again.
Did you hear that?
I accidentally voted wrong. So,
Okay.
I is to deny, so. I need to
Yes.
We're going to do it again?
Yes.
Okay. Call for the vote?
Okay.
4 ayes.
Oh, that's too bad. What nice people.
Okay. Moving right along.
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you so much, Bob.
Annie's cut off.
Get the rest. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Do we need a break? Or are we good? We're on the roll. We're going. Okay. Item number 20. Thank you so very, very much. Okay. Waterside permit application, Island Enterprise.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Who's presenting?
I guess I will lead kick off the discussion. This is a continuation of an item from last month. As the council may recall, you granted the Island Enterprises a waterside permit to operate charter services. And in that discussion, you put certain conditions on the continued operation of their business. In other words, they could keep their float and attach their boats to their floats, but if they were going to just keep it to themselves, the council said that you have to pay mooring fees. If you let other people use your floats, then we'll give you the lease, or we will not charge you mooring fees. And I think in the staff report we've indicated that's about $17,000 if they allow people to use it. The items that you did not act on at that time were the issue of the five moorings that Island Enterprise had in the past, and what to do with the cost of those. And so you directed us to meet with Island Enterprises. We had a meeting that I attended. At that meeting, after reviewing the history of this, it was determined that the 5 moorings were granted as a condition for the shoreboat services, because they're not doing the shoreboat services anymore, that those would go away. The municipal code provides that you can have one of the city's leased permits if you have a business that's essential to the harbor operations. And the harbor master, prior harbor master and then the interim harbor master both determined that the services asked for by Island Enterprises were not essential to the operation of harbor, and therefore they had to use moorings like everyone else. The one issue, and so we informed them of that at a meeting. The one issue that was still unresolved was to look to see in the parking area if there was a way to maybe, there was some concern expressed by Island Enterprises that they didn't, that because of their schedules, they did, and the operation of the new shoreboat operator, that they didn't need their floats, that they could operate elsewhere. And so there was a meeting out on the pier between the prior harbor master, the city manager, and Island Enterprises to look to see if there was a way to manage traffic. I was not involved in that. After that meeting, in my discussions with the harbor master, it was determined that it would be too trafficky. We'd like to be able, on occasion, to use the floats installed by Island Enterprises, and if they would allow that to happen, again, we wouldn't charge them the mooring fees for putting it there, and so that's what is reflected in the staff report. So we did also receive a letter from Island Enterprises that is attached to the staff report. We received another letter today that reiterated the material in their letter. It also contained some letters from the 1997 regarding their request to be put on there's a list that we have because we have limited moorings. We've gone back in order to be put on that list. You ask to be put on a list, you pay a $5 fee, and then each year you pay another $5. They're not on the list that we have had. They were on the list, and they were, according to our records, were given an opportunity to get one of the moorings in addition to this 5 moorings, but they did not take advantage of that, so they were taken off that list. And the letters that we received today were the first time we've seen those letters, but when we looked at the records for this city in terms of this waiting list, they were not on that waiting list. So it would be our recommendation to, again, you've already said that they can stay free if it's non-exclusive, and for the 5 leases, those will come back to the city. The one caveat is that those leases are year leases, and so the leases provide that we have to give them notice at a certain time, and that the leases run until December 31st. So for the remainder of this year, because they're year leases. They're entitled to stay on those moorings, but then after January 1st, we would be sending the lease termination letters in accordance with your direction, and then starting January 1st, they'd be off those moorings. But it is a year lease, and so and the lease provides that it has to be terminated last year, and it was not done.
Okay, so for my clarification, so let's say these things terminate December 2017, and then they want more moorings. Are they going onto some list, on the bottom of some list?
They would have to, yes.
And there is a list.
There is a list. Oh, yeah, it's an extensive list.
Okay, but that's what I'm disagreeing with, because it's saying here, Mary Salisbury wrote them a letter in March of 97, and then in August of 97 and in November of 97, they've asked to be on that list.
Well, actually, no.
But they weren't added.
But they weren't added, and so we don't know why they weren't added. The letter that you received today indicated that they said, please put me back on the list.
The first one says, please add me to your
please
list once
add me
again
to the list,
for a
which
mooring.
means once again, which means they knew that they were taken off, at least reading that. And then asking these other people to be added, they're not on the list. And so I can only surmise, because the people that were there are no longer here, that they didn't pay the $5, be put on the list, and they haven't paid the $5 annually to remain on the list. I did check with the Harbor Department earlier today, and they don't have a record of receiving the $5 a year, and so they're not on the list. So.
But if they had lease moorings, if they were already paying the lease mooring fees, then they wouldn't be paying the $5 to stay on the list if they had the lease mooring fee, if they were already paying lease mooring fees.
Seems like it should only exclude that one that they wanted to add and didn't pay the $5 to me. It's... And
right.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Haley Stickler. I live at 316 Sunny Lane, but I'm here on behalf of Island Enterprises, our operating company, Island Navigation, owner of the shore boats, and Catalina Glass Bottom Boat, owner of the Nautilus and Seaview. One thing right off the bat, Scott mentioned about assuming that the 5 lease moorings were part of an essential service, part of our franchise agreement. During our phone conversation that we did have, it was a conference call on June 22nd. He did state, or it was discussed during that we would try to look up some evidence that would back that up instead of just assuming, because it was just a he said, she said situation. We haven't seen that yet. Just wanted to throw that out there. The lease moorings in question that we're looking for were lease moorings for the glass bottom boats. It is to my understanding, and I apologize, Jeff can't be here tonight. There was an emergency that he had to deal with over town. So I'm here. I'm much better looking. It is to my understanding, because just like you guys, I have to hear everything from him. He's been running this business and been around much longer than I have. So that's where I get my information from. But that during this time that Mary Salisbury offered these moorings, that they were to be individual moorings, or to an individual, not to a company, that no commercial vessel were to be put on these moorings. And that is why he denied the moorings in March of 97. He did ask again in August and again in November to be added to the list. That's when Dave Howell, Conrado Vega, and Michelle Bowers be put on the list, as well as Catalina Glass Bottom Boat, I believe West Coast Navigation, and Island Navigation be put back on the list for a mooring each.
Different entities or people.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
6 total.
Or 6 total.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Correct. So those are the letters that were sent out today. Just kind of to back up what we have. Believe me, there are binders of information full of stuff that go all the way back to the beginning of the franchise. Does anyone else have anything they'd like to throw at me?
Well, do we have the lease agreement that for the shoreboat service? Is there a lease agreement that would have said whether or not the lease moorings were part of it?
The shoreboat agreement actually we've gone through the records, and when we looked at the council actions, the minutes, and the correspondence, we concluded that based upon all the evidence that those 5 moorings were for the shoreboat operations. When we looked at the tender agreement, that had acknowledged that they already had the 5 leased moorings for the shoreboat, and that they were given additional moorings for the tender operations. Those since gone away.
Because of the franchise status?
The franchise agreement, yes.
Is that why they went away? Is
no.
that why the moorings went away?
No. So the franchise agreement acknowledged at the time that they had 5 leased moorings, in addition to the franchise for the tenders for the cruise ships. And so based upon all the records that we looked at, those 5 moorings were affixed to the shoreboat services that predated the franchise agreement for the tenders. And in any event, our agreement with them does provide that all the leased moorings are 1-year leases that can be reviewed every year. And so it was the harbor master's determination that we should terminate those 5 leased moorings because they are no longer operating the shoreboat business.
That was his recommendation.
That was his recommendation.
I was just going to say, I believe the first mention of this moorings or lease moorings was in our 94 agreement, and it doesn't say anything about previously having 5. It just says that the city would offer 5 additional moorings. See, the argument that I've heard is that 5 moorings were absorbed when Catalina Island Water Transportation purchased the original Island Enterprises, not the current one, from Snido. And so those moorings came with it. Now, whether or not those have anything to do with the franchise agreement, per what I've looked at, per what I've been told, there was no franchise agreement back when that purchase was made.
So these 3 recommendations here, what do you think about it? None of that is livable? Is that what you're saying?
Here's the deal. We have been asked by the City Council back on the June 6th meeting to meet with the City of Avalon to come up with an agreement. We have made several attempts. We have had a phone conversation as well as a meeting on the float. And we have been given the exact same answer every single time. So there's no agreement. It doesn't feel like there's much headway. I was asked by David Jenkins by email recently, earlier in the week, to put in writing or to let him know what it is that we're asking for. What we think is fair is that we get the same kind of agreement that other floats or barges in the harbor get. Our float does not occupy any existing mooring. All the ground gear is ours that we have paid for, that we finance out of our own pocket. We don't ask the city to do it. The city doesn't maintain it, and we pay the mooring fees back. We do it all ourselves. So we ask that the city offer Island Navigation Company, Inc., which owns the float that is in question here that we're discussing, a lease mooring rate of 80 feet, and that is the 80-foot float. We're also asking that we get a lease mooring for Catalina Glass Bottom Boat, 2 lease moorings for Catalina Glass Bottom Boat for the Seaview, which is actually technically on its document 48.5 feet. We've rounded it up to 49. And then the Nautilus, which is a 65-foot semi-sub.
So that's it?
I was just going to say that, during the winter months, we would be tying up to our float, and so the city would be using those lease moorings to generate revenue.
But I thought you pulled that big thing in the winter.
In the winter.
You pull your float in the winter, right?
But in the
Correct.
summer.
But in the wintertime, yes, we do sit on moorings. But in the summertime, we would be sitting on the float unless there's large surge like there was the last couple of weeks. And so those moorings would be open and available to generate the city revenue.
Rack rate revenue versus the lease mooring rate. So it's actually in the cities, it's better for the city to offer the float at a lease mooring rate at the 80 foot and have the 2 boats there for 6 months of the year and be able to free up those other moorings so that the harbor could rent those versus having them, not having the float there, having them on leased moorings, which takes up, 80 foot moorings and 100 foot moorings are few and far between.
Okay, but we're recommending that if they allow somebody else to tie up.
Right.
That,
Well, yeah, what
that-
about- yeah.
that they wouldn't have to pay anything.
Right. Correct. Yeah, that's what we were offering. Is saying that rather than pay anything, we'll give it to you for free if you allow other people to tie up to it.
And mainly the shore boat service, right? Or anything, or just shore boat?
It's mainly going to be shore boats. I don't know the particulars of,
Right. Jay,
that specific.
And Dave Howell?
David Howell, Island Enterprises. Another thing, speaking of revenue, the 5 lease moorings we have right now, we have not used any of them. You're getting revenue from that right now. We only have 1 shore boat here that's on the float. So this whole summer, you're going to be getting, rack rate on all 5 of those moorings.
Then why do you need 5?
We need the boats are over town right now. But I'm just saying they're not here. We still have the moorings. We would like the moorings, but right now you're getting full rack rate on them. We're not using them.
Right now, don't you have permission to use those lease moorings?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and then again, let me ask again, why don't you have boats on them then?
Because they're over town getting maintained right now.
In the middle of summer?
Yep.
When you would think you would be using them?
Well, also,
the most?
you guys put a restriction on our
Yes.
area 1 and 2 of our PUC permit.
I don't know.
We cannot use those shore boats.
Right.
Those are built for inside and outside harbor. The city of Avalon denied us using them.
That's because we granted the shore boat service to someone else.
We didn't deny you. We just approved the other guys.
Right, but I'm just saying, you're denying us the zones that our PUC permit allows.
And also, I'd like to point out, we're talking about an 80-foot mooring, paying for an 80-foot mooring for the float, but I would think it would be something better than that. We've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on that float. We maintain it, we insure it, and we tow it back and forth, we install it, we uninstall it, and we built that to get rid of congestion on the pier, which is what we're doing. I had a rather heated discussion with the mayor pro tem the other day because I asked him about the staging area for the island company. You've seen them there where they're roped off, where they board the glass bottom boat. And I said, do they pay for that? And he says, well, no, because they're only staging people. And I said, well, what do we do on our float? We stage people. We put them on the boat, we take them off the boat. It's the same thing. And we paid for all that. The island company didn't tow the pier over. They don't maintain it. They don't pay for the insurance. So I think we should be able to do it for nothing. It's a lot of money invested.
But you wouldn't be willing to share, because I went on the shore boat the other day, and the small ones, they didn't seem.
We're worried about the liability. Those boats.
Can't they list you as additional insured?
Yeah, we still have liability. We have 4 lawsuits going on right now, and those boats are not. I've talked to 2 Commodores, the last 2 Commodores of the yacht club, and I said, "Are you doing business with them?" As you know, we've done it for years with them, and they said no because the people can't get on and off them very well.
We've had several passengers come up and complain and harass our agents because of the service right now. I had a woman yell at me for abandoning the city of Avalon. We didn't abandon the city of Avalon. We've had people on every day, at least one person will come up to Dave or I. A woman came up and thanked Dave for all the years of service, exceptional service that we offered. But the woman that was so upset was because she feared for her aunt, Martha, on joint venture.
Yeah, this woman is 95 years old.
Right. She feared for her safety getting on and off the vessels and started yelling at my ticket agents.
So was that fair when the city had to take the liability to take on the shoreboat service themselves when you picked and choose your times to go ahead and do that? So we had to have our harbor boats go and pick up people who are 80 and 90 years old and aren't designed to pick up people off their boats.
We realized that, Rich, but we didn't.
Put the city
we were
at
trying
liability.
to keep running when it was busier, so that when it wasn't busy, you could handle it with a harbor patrol boat. We realized that on weekends you can't do it with 6 people, which somebody's finding out now. But
again,
we couldn't keep losing money like that when you're paying $200 a day in salary and you're bringing in nothing. I mean, some days we brought nothing in. You know, some days $4, $8.
That's less than 13 cents
Yeah.
to the dollar.
Yeah.
Like the medical
You sound like the hospital guy. But at, all in all, still the city was put at liability all that time too, and we have responsibilities and stuff
Yeah,
too.
you do, but you have a little bit better
and I kinda
insurance than
think-
we do.
You know,
We are a small fish.
it's about paying.
We're a
Yeah.
small pond.
Yeah.
Believe me,
That
we
was just
we
my
did not
take.
want to give up this service. We still
then-
don't want to give it up.
Yeah. Well,
I mean-
picking and choosing your spots on the weekends and stuff. I understand
Well,
the cost.
No, Rich, it was not picking and choosing. We were doing it because we knew you couldn't handle it then. And I was around, and I told Brian, you can ask him, if it gets busy, call me. I'll come start up.
And Dave did several times.
If for Martha, this woman she's talking about, I came down and brought her to dinner one night when we were closed, and then I went back down 3 hours later and took her home because I knew she couldn't get in a harbor boat. So,
This has been a discussion for 2.5 to 3 years.
Mhm.
The cruise ships were the subsidy.
Right.
So
I got it.
awarding it to a different contract,
Mhm.
you know, this is what you get.
Well, that wasn't that was their choice.
That was their choice,
That
not
was their
ours.
choice.
I understand. I'm just saying that's why we're where we're at today.
but, you know, somebody could have taken a look at what was going to happen on the mole with that too. I mean, it's a mess out there now. I think everybody
Well,
knows
depends on
that.
who you talk to.
Yeah.
Depends on who you talk to. So you're saying that none of the 3 recommendations are worthy of your acceptance?
Well, here's the thing. Financially, it doesn't make sense to pay nightly mooring fees. And/or, if you want us to pay mooring fees, we'll sit on those moorings. So the city's not double dipping by charging us mooring fees and allowing someone else to park on a mooring that we would otherwise be occupying if the float wasn't there. During our phone conversation, we also mentioned, well, what if the float didn't come back next summer? And we were told that we may not be able to run our glass bottom boats if we didn't bring the float back in.
Why
So-
would that be?
Because there's nowhere for us to go. There's no landing space for us. Too much congestion. So this is where we're in a really hard spot. We're told that we have to have the float in, or else we may not be able to have a place to land. We cannot put float E in during the summer months while the city float is in, because you can't get the harbor boats in there. It blocks off one of your landing spaces. That would be where the submarine would land if we didn't have the summer end float. Now, of course, Jeff's not here. I'm not at liberty to make any agreements or
But you're doing
anything like that.
You're doing a splendid job.
Well,
You're doing good.
I've learned, I've listened, I've written several letters to all of you.
You're doing it.
And again,
I've been
I
right
would
there.
I would remind the city that you have attached to you the June 6th, 2017 staff report, where there were 17 actions with respect to their waterside permit. And you granted them a waterside permit, and you basically said in that prior action, we won't charge you for your floats as long as it's non-exclusive.
Right.
If you let someone else on it, we won't charge you for it.
Correct.
The only thing that you didn't do was on the actual leased moorings issue. And so what we've done is, again, we've looked at that and we've determined that we can terminate those leases at the end of this year. And that was the harbor master's recommendation.
But you really only, I'm sorry. for
That's
my
okay.
minute, But you were talking about the Sea-Doo and the Nautilus or whatever, so you need 2 lease moorings for them.
We would like 2 lease moorings for them, yes.
What do you need the other 3 for?
You're talking about for the shore boats.
Okay, so that's.
Those are completely separate. So those are 5 island navigation
You have
lease
those somewhere.
moorings.
You already
We're
got
looking
those.
for 2 additional Catalina glass bottom boat lease moorings.
So the 5 are already there. You've already got the 5,
Till
right,
December.
JJ? They're-
So
Only until
seven.
December.
Till December.
Right, so,
Right.
Yes. So
okay, so there I go again. So you need 5, but the 5 you said, but the 2 is one for the Sea-Doo and one for the Nautilus, correct?
Sea view, yes.
Sea-View, not do, okay.
It's okay.
So you need 2 there. And now you're saying you need another 3 for what?
We're not saying we need another 3.
Then why do you want 5 lease moorings?
Island Navigation would like to have the 5 lease moorings that they say were theirs before a franchise agreement was ever in place. The 2 that we are discussing for the Seaview and the Nautilus are completely separate for Catalina Glass Bottom Boat. I know this is confusing. We have lots of DBAs and separate owning companies.
So I think the mayor's question is,
Yep.
we know that you want the 2 additional
Correct.
lease moorings. So let's assume that you have the 5 lease moorings, which lease terminates. What is on those 5 leased moorings? Why do you need, because you're asking for 7 total. The
Correct.
5 that you have and 2 more.
Thanks.
So what do you need the
5 for
5
Island Navigation.
And what are
what are they doing?
2 for, they, according to Jeff, were ours originally. Now, you want to continue discussing this? This is an item for Jeff.
And again,
I can only give you.
Because I'm just curious what
Right.
you need the other 5 for.
Right, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah. Because if you don't have a shore boat service and whatever, I just don't know what else you would need it.
Again,
So that's-
the municipal code basically says that assuming they were for the shore boats, which is an essential service,
Assuming.
that's gone away. Well, that's what the municipal code provides. And based upon our review of everything, they were for the shore boat services. That service is no longer being offered by them, so it's not an essential service, so they go away. We have the right to terminate the leases as of the end of this year, which is what our recommendation is.
Let's see if the acting harbor master has anything to say.
Come on, JJ.
Well, as I said earlier, I got into the middle of this. It seems pretty cut and dry, but I think we're doing a little smoking and mirrors here regarding the 5 lease moorings. That seems to be the key. And if I read the information correctly, the new shoreboat company is looking for 3 leased moorings. So
there you go.
As far as I read the 10-2.212, it's pretty explicit in there for the essential boats for the essential operations. So, if they're not running shore boats, I mean, there was a lot of work put in this. Brian did a heck of a job again on thinking this out. So, it's so convoluted with all the other companies, but I think we're just talking about the 5 leased moorings, and they no longer have the shoreboat service. So I don't understand why they should get the 5 leased moorings. I mean, I agree with the staff report, obviously, but for every person that they have to come up and complain about the shoreboat service, we get people coming in saying, you know what, they miss the shoreboat service, they miss the yellow and blue boats, and they really like the yellow and blue boats, but that's gone by. That went through the system, went through the RFP, and this is the new company. Did they start off with some issues? Yeah, like any other new business is going to start off with issues. But, they went through 4th of July weekend with 3 boats running, and we've gotten several people come up and say, I got to tell you, it ain't the other guys, but it worked pretty well. I mean, everybody realizes that it's just going to take patience. Can they carry 49 people? No, they can't. But hopefully down the road, if this thing develops, maybe they will. But as far as this, without the smoke and mirrors going on with the different corporations and everything, we're talking about 5 moorings. And since they don't have the shoreboat company anymore, the 5 moorings shouldn't be there. And if they don't want to take advantage of the free moorings and letting the shoreboat, I understand the liability, but I think that can be mitigated. But that's their choice. And if they don't have a float to put in there next year, which would be sad, but maybe we'll get our own float to put in there. I mean, there's always ways around things. So they did a great job. They continue to do a great job with the glass bottom boats. But it's now the other guy's turn, and let them. But
Okay, let me ask you, so Scotty's operation, Scotty's operation, can we give him 3 of these leased moorings and give them 2? so that he doesn't have to go up to their barge and they have 2 for their Seaview and their whatever, and Scotty's got 3?
Bigger moorings.
You could do.
Big
That's,
moorings too big?
the moorings they're talking about are too big.
Shoreboats.
They're 30-foot moorings, I believe.
What if they
and
want to
145 footer. Yeah.
You can't swap them around for smaller ones?
No, I mean, you could do whatever you want to do.
No, I mean,
but the bottom line is they got, 3 30-foot moorings, which and 145-foot mooring. But, I mean, the bottom line is they're still going to need, the other, Scott's going to need 3 moorings. And, the staff report is a staff report.
So he may expand.
There's a lot of hard work put into that.
Wait, so, again, if the current shoreboat operator needs 3 moorings, and there's 5 that are coming off the leases, that means that you go to the
Next person in line.
You go to this list here, 3 pages long, of people who are on the waiting list for moorings. They get them.
But are they essential?
But neither are they. Neither is.
No.
The shoreboat people are essential.
They get
could
3,
them.
yes.
They get the 3,
and then
but the other.
but we're at capacity for moorings right now, and
Right.
we've set aside 5 for this essential business, which is no longer there. So now you're going to have 3 for the new shoreboat services, which means 2 become available. And the way that your program is set up, if there's not someone that needs it for an essential services, you go to the wait list and you take the top 2 on the wait list and they go.
Well,
And the wait list I have is the person has been on there, the next in line has been on there since 2005.
Okay, but I would argue they're still in business.
Correct. They're still in business, but I think that what separates them from the 5 moorings is they're not an essential business to the harbor.
I know, but if we gave 3 to Scotty's operation and there's 2 here.
You have to follow the list. There's a
I
certain
know,
parameter.
But if none of those are essential.
Well, you'd have to in order to skip the list,
right?
You'd have to determine that the use is essential to the operation of the harbor. That's a finding that if the council makes that finding, then yes, you could give 2 moorings, leased moorings to people not on the list.
I mean, if there's nobody, do we have an essential and a non-essential list? No.
This is a non-essential.
Okay, where's the other essential list?
There is none.
That's what I'm saying.
There's 5. We're talking about the 5 moorings
I know.
are on the essential list.
I know, on the essential list, but now we're saying we only need 3 essential ones.
Correct.
So why can't those other 2 turn into non-essential?
Because you have 300 other people are saying, wait a minute, I've been on that list since 2000. I should have right to those moorings. You can't change the game in the middle, the rules in the middle of the game.
So, but when the Seaview and the Nautilus were on what?
They're on what? They're on the floats, or they're
on the float.
2 lease moorings.
We don't have any lease moorings.
Okay.
I'm pretty loud anyway.
I wouldn't have guessed.
We don't have any lease moorings for Catalina Glass Bottom Boat as of right now. The only 5 were for Island Navigation. So
Okay.
we're asking for 2 for Catalina Glass Bottom Boat. Okay. And we asked to be put on the list in '97. Now, why we are not sitting on a list on that 300-person 4-page list, I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
Where would their names sit if they did sign up in 1997? Is it in the middle of the list?
No, they would have been. They would have gotten it.
They would have gotten it.
They would have already been offered that because the most recent one is 05.
Don't your showboats still provide a service to the community?
We do provide service down to the coast camps. We do charters down the coast as well. We just have to operate outside of areas 1 and 2.
Okay.
Which are within city limits.
What makes them an essential business is within the city of Avalon, within the waters of the city of Avalon. That makes it essential.
Oh, I see. So when they're operating down the coast.
They're going down the coast
It's not.
That's not essential to the city of Avalon.
That removes them from the essential list.
Exactly.
We
And
still
all-
pay a 7% fee.
Correct.
Right.
And so does everybody else that
Yeah.
does charters and
And
stuff.
all those boats right now are not here.
Correct.
Only one's here that I know.
One is here right now. One just got hauled out for Coast Guard. Actually, I think 2 of them were due within the last couple of months.
And would all 5 of them be back by summer? This summer? Soon?
Sure.
I mean,
We
the
could
thing,
bring them back.
No,
Absolutely.
No, I mean, I guess if you really don't need them, and I don't hear your demand, and I don't care if it's island navigation or island services, it doesn't make sense. If you don't need them, you don't seem to be needing them. If at the peak of summer you don't have boats here, that doesn't make any sense to me.
On Sunday, we hauled over 500 people back and forth to 2 camps. And Haley was driving the Seaview. We were using the glass bottom boat as a shore boat because the shore boats are over there. So there is a need. We just don't have them here right now for that. But we hauled 240 people to Toyon on Sunday and then hauled them back in the afternoon. And then I hauled another 33 to Campus by the Sea. So we moved 500 people that day. So we do need the boats. It's just that right now they're over there.
Yeah. Well,
Well,
you know,
they,
Bob,
they were also taken over town because back in December we were told that we were not going to have our lease moorings renewed until the RFP was resolved. We didn't get that answer until February. So that is why originally the shore boats were taken over town.
Okay.
Now, we just found out in this staff report that we were going to be extended until December. So sure, maybe we'll bring them back within the next week and park them on 5 moorings.
Let me just, that's, I did tell you in our telephone call that we were letting you stay in until the end of December.
Bob Kennedy's here. Did you have something to say, Bob, or were you just listening?
Come on, I'll float it. I'll be up here.
From sitting on the outside, it seems that we're going through this process kind of a little bit backwards. It seems to me that the city council and city staff should have had this dialogue and discussion as we went through the RFP process. I will take you on a journey. This goes back to the mid-'70s. In that era, there were 2 shoreboat companies. In that era, it was before Mr. Bray was our harbor master, John Phelps was our harbor master. There was not such a thing as a city leased mooring. The city leased moorings matured as things that are being maintained in the harbor became expensive. Let's acknowledge that over this time, we lose track of historical data. Our poor city manager walked into this thing cold. At one point in time, there was a franchise agreement issued by the city that was considered an exclusive franchise agreement, then later changed to a non-exclusive franchise agreement because of a dispute between Island Navigation and, what was the name of the cruise ship, Dave? The Azure Seas?
Yeah, that was.
Am I bringing you back to that era? And then, so the Santa Catalina Island Company decided, well, we'll tender the Azure Seas. Okay, well, that was the name of the ship. So the Santa Catalina Island Company jumps in the game and says, we'll be a tender company. There went the exclusive franchise agreement. Now there's going to be 2 ship tenders. And I recognize that the cruise ship tries to, service the community and spend the least amount of money to do so. So here comes a new cruise ship tendering operation that's offering a service for, I'm assuming, less money. And we become a product of those decisions that are made, outside this room. The new tendering company comes in. The subsidy that Island Navigation has been subsidizing the losses of the shoreboat company for a number of years in the off-season have now been replaced by a competitor who's not even today paying the same level of fees and services to the city of Avalon for the right to do so. We're talking about 5 moorings that were issued to individuals at the time those mooring leases were issued. I'm the owner of a leased mooring in the city of Avalon. That leased mooring was issued to me personally, not to my company. Although my company was on the list, the statement made where it had to go to an individual is correct. Mary Salisbury sent me a letter. It had to go to Pam Albers. She had to agree that I can be a 1% owner of Island Charters and have the the mooring issued to me. Today, we go full circle, and you have a company that has in the past been providing quality service to the residents, quality service to the visitors, and the cruise ship. Now, things happen. Business decisions are made, and we become subjected to things that we don't foresee. Island Navigation today is paying for the maintenance and the installation and the upkeep of 5 moorings and has for some time. Currently today, the city of Avalon is benefiting from those 5 moorings. You're renting them every day in the summertime. You're generating revenue and you're not maintaining those moorings. That's a win for the city of Avalon. Island Navigation came, and I'm not privy to all of your notes and correspondence that you've had between Jeff Stickler and his daughter. So I'm speaking a little bit with lack of substance. Today, as I stand here before you, we have a shoreboat company that's trying. Their level of service to the community is nowhere near what it was. And we have the same thing in the cruise ship world. How many of you have gotten off of a ferry on a cruise ship day and tried to make it in through town and make it through the photo booth guy and the dude in the clown suit and the 12 people trying to escort snorkelers to Lover's Cove? In the summertime, that was removed from that end of town. It was all engaged on the end of the pier, and the management of foot traffic and all of those things were more controlled. When you sat here to discuss the franchise agreement, I don't believe that you had all of the tools in your toolbox to make the appropriate decision. You had a new city manager to a problem. You had a city manager that left. You have a harbor master that I don't believe provided you with a staff report that it was indicative of what the impacts were on the decisions that you were making. Now, that's hindsight. You know, it's easy to be the fifth quarter quarterback. But today, I'll roll this back 2 days ago. During our south swell, the one that destroyed the ramp out at Pebbly Beach and did a bunch of damage to the dinghy dock between the clubs, I moved my skiff out to my boat and left it tied there so that it would not be damaged. And I spent 2 hours and 10 minutes standing on the city float waiting for a shoreboat to come pick me up so I can go retrieve my skiff. After waiting that duration, I went home. You know, I can do this another time. So we need to be thoughtful of the impacts. The float that the Sticklers have built, they did so on the command of the harbor master. The shoreboat traffic was impacting the side floats to a place where they needed another place to land. There's additional glass bottom boats being built by the island company. There's additional glass bottom boats being built. You know, you roll back to your congestion question. So, sidestepping a bit. We're talking about 5 moorings and a possible other 2, and I can't follow the paperwork through all of that. We just dropped a mooring so that the cruise ship tender that's currently servicing the city of Avalon could approach the leeward side of Float 5. They've yet to tie a boat up there. And now I believe that there's some discussion, and JJ's still in the room, about dropping a couple more so that they can use that side of the float. So really we're talking, you know, in this whole big scheme of things, we're talking about, 9 moorings? 3 that are going away because the cruise ship can't tie up a boat, another, 3 to this shoreboat operator and a couple over there. You can issue moorings to one company and they can side tie boats. What's it going to take to put a couple of inflatable boats on a mooring and they side tie the boats? In the winter, it's not a problem. We're talking about congestion in the summer. And I recognize there's a lot of moving parts here, but before you get to a place where you're making decisions that have, unforeseen consequences, that you play all that out. You think about it before you push this thing all the way down the page. Where are we going to be when the current cruise ship tender goes back to the cruise ship and say rates are going to double? And you have zero competition to keep that from happening. Where are we then? Island Navigation is going to sell off their boats. They're not needed for tendering. Why should they sit on the assets? Why should they, So at some point in time, you're going to be faced with that as an issue. Because from what I understand, the fees and fee schedule that they're currently providing service for, they can hardly find operators to drive those boats and pay them a wage conducive of somebody that can park on the lee side of Float 5. And that's what we're getting. Currently today, you're not collecting a wharfage fee you're collecting a passenger fee for the ship, but you're not getting your wharfage fee or your use fee for them providing service. It got missed in their agreement. Not to mention that they started service without even a waterside permit. So some of these things, need to kind of fall into place, and I don't know that putting a timeline on these discussions and these things is prudent. I think that you sit down with the current shoreboat operator and find out what his needs are. You sit down with Island Navigation and you sit in one room, and it might not be one meeting. That float is beautiful. The float that Jeff Stickler built and put on the other side of the pier for the winter season, it's perfect. The good news is you guys aren't paying to maintain it. The island company owns floats on the other side of the pier. You're not maintaining those either. But if we're not careful, we're maintaining those floats. We can't even put a lower fuel dock in right now to service our guests. So roll it back a minute, put your feet up, don't, draw the line in the sand, and work with the business community. They want to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I'd like to make a few comments, if I could.
Please.
One is I had the opportunity to meet with Island Enterprises a few times, and through those meetings, I was never convinced that that they were subsidizing the shoreboat services.
Say that again. I'm missing that.
I was not convinced that they were subsidizing the shoreboat services. They're claiming that the cruise ship tendering subsidized the shoreboat business, but I'm not convinced of that after meeting with them a few times. It was mentioned that there was a $5 waiting list fee, and we have no record of that apparently. They should be able to provide us with record of their payment of their annual waiting list fee if they in fact were on a waiting list. And then lastly, we're not drawing a line in the sand. We're not rushing anything. This has been going on since I was first hired almost 2 years ago. So this is not a rushed decision. This is something that has been dragged out for way too long. And we received last-minute communications from Island Enterprises. The day of the meeting is very typical in any of the meetings with their agenda items. I wanted to point those out.
Thank you.
I want to add also, and this is not to bash Scott at all. I like Scott a lot. I talk to Scott all the time. I've told him about complaints and concerns, and he's worked on doing that. So I don't want you to think that. I was just bringing to your attention that we get harassed all the time. Just wanted to throw that out there. Scott, the new shoreboat operator. Right.
Yeah, not this Scott.
Not you, Scott. Sorry. Sorry, Scott.
Of you, Scott.
I just wanted to throw that out there, too, because I thought about it later. I said, oh, no, I don't. Do talk to, when I get these complaints, I do talk to Scott about it. I don't know if the city hears these. I don't know how far they go. I know that they ended our window, I think.
Well, when I went out on the shoreboat with Scotty, and I like to think he's pretty honest with me.
No, Scott, very nice.
So,
yeah.
I asked him just that, what's going on and what are the problems.
Oh, yeah, he's absolutely trying the best that he can. And I told him, I said, it's nothing against you personally.
Right.
It's just the summer months, people, there's a lot of people.
Yeah.
We knew we knew we would get some complaints about it. I mean, we're taking a step down. We had to take the RFP that was within our fee schedule. I mean, if Jeff blew us out of the water with that $8 million, I mean, it wasn't even close.
But Joe, did you see that RFP and what the RFP
I saw.
was for?
We were comparing two different things, but the problem is it was mind-blowing how much higher your RFP was. So we had to go with that. Of course we knew we were going to take a step down. That means the boats aren't going to be as good a quality. The service may not be compromised a little bit. it's still a safe and quality service. But I'm sorry. I mean, everybody was used to the Cadillac, and now they're getting in the Ford Fiesta. I mean,
Sorry.
I'm
I
sorry.
don't mean to
That's the
laugh.
way we had to do it.
It's kind of funny.
Your boats are really, really cool. They're really nice boats. I love them. I miss them. Everybody else does too.
We
But
had this
that doesn't
discussion,
matter.
Joe, and
we were blown out of the water by your RFP.
You're right, and we had this discussion,
Mhm.
and
I miss
think
him.
Scott is trying as hard as he can, and maybe when he gets the right equipment, the stuff he thought he was going to get originally, it'll work out.
When his bigger boat gets here, but these smaller boats.
But Bob, to you, the subsidy thing, no, we didn't transfer money from the tendering part of the company to the other part because it's all one company. But believe me, when we lost the tendering, that was about $600,000 a year. And that killed us. That was the money that kept the other part going. The other part does not make money on its own the way it is. So, and Bob, in case you don't know, we already did sell 5 of our boats. And we had to do it to repay a $500,000 loan we took out to keep running for a year.
Well, how many of those boats do you have?
5 now.
We had 10 originally.
We had 10.
We sold 5 that were for
5
the
big
tenders.
ones that we did tendering with are now in Boston Harbor because
So
we
why
had to
do you
repay the
need
loan.
The old 5 moorings and the.
Because they still have 5 boats.
They still have 5.
They had 10, sold 5, have 5 left.
By the way, also, speaking of side tying, we only utilized 5 moorings during the summer months, and we side tied the 10 shore boats.
No, it was actually 4. Our agreement with the city was we had 10 moorings of opportunity in the winter. In other words, wherever Brian could put us. And in the summer, we had 2 boats on the float, and we had 4 moorings suitable to side tie on. So that was the agreement.
So all you need is 6. So all you need is 6. 4 and 2 is 6.
Can't side tie.
Well, I don't know.
My question is, I thought we approved, when we approved for the new shoreboat service, we approved for 2 boats. Was it 3? The new
But
shore,
he has moorings for 3 because he uses one of his other boats.
because he uses, I know, but
Well, he now has 4, and he's got 2 more coming.
he has 4.
Yeah.
On busy weekends, he's got 3 working.
Okay.
Then he has charge boats.
So he's got 4. He needs,
4.
he needs at least 4.
Yeah, they had.
Yeah, he needs a lot.
He needs to have boats. He needs moorings also.
They're only 6 packs.
Well,
Even when he runs 4 boats, that's 24 people. Our boat holds 31 with just 1. So he's got to keep moving. But when he gets the ones that'll hold 21, I think maybe it'll be fine.
Can you help me to understand what you're asking for right now? I mean, what
Okay,
are our...
let's go to the letter that was sent then, that is in your staff report.
Okay.
We're asking that Island Navigation get a lease mooring rate for an 80-foot float, which is our float. And we're asking that we get 2 lease moorings for Catalina Glass Bottom Boat for the Seaview, which is 48.5 feet or a 49-foot mooring, and a 65-foot mooring for the Nautilus. That's what we're asking for. That's what the letter was sent. That's the letter that's in your staff report. That's what not only you have seen, but several other residents in town have seen and expressed that they feel is fair as well.
I have no problem with the 2 lease moorings and charging a lease mooring rate for the 80-foot float. If you choose to share the float, then that should stand that you wouldn't pay the lease mooring rate. If you choose not to, then you should pay the lease mooring rate of the 80-foot boat. None of your services are essential services, but all of the businesses, whatever they're named, however they're named, have been good tenants, if you will, of the city. And I don't, without opening up the entire can of worms, I don't believe the way in which the tendering service for the cruise ships happened was fair to all concerned, and I don't believe the city had anything to do with that. I believe that was done in back doors, and I don't think it was fair. That being said, for somebody who has been operating in this harbor for as long as these companies have been, I have no problem with the 2 lease mooring rates for the 50 or 60 foot and the I'm sorry, the 49-foot, so it'd be a 50-foot mooring and the 70-foot mooring, and charging a lease mooring rate for the 80-foot,
Float.
Glass
sorry,
bottom.
I'm tired.
Glass bottom boat.
The pier on the end of the, or the float on the end of the pier.
Float.
If they
So, if they share it, no fee. If they don't share it, 80-foot mooring fee.
And just to help, I think, again, I don't know what the rest of the council thought is, but that would be then, the motion would be actually to allow them to keep the 2 leased moorings. So they're not, and to terminate 3 of the leased moorings.
Okay. I believe that there needs to be a future discussion with regard to your request about the 5 leased moorings. I think that it's just so convoluted tonight that I would request that that conversation be tabled, because I'm not going to get into this 3 here, 2 here. I think handle the businesses as the individuals that they are and take the 5 leased moorings if we need to at another time.
Can we change that now? We're going to vote on.
Well,
this.
again, I think, yes, I mean.
Yes, you can make a motion for that, yeah.
You can make a motion. I think what the Council Cassidy's motion is to give them 2 now and reserve for another day that they could keep the 5 that they have. So they'd have 7
I think there's
total.
a lot of information that neither the city has given us nor Mr. Sickler. Not so and I'm sorry, but a letter at 3:30 in the afternoon isn't going to get read before the council meeting, and that's not your fault.
Yeah,
it's the nature of this is how it's been.
It's
all
basically
along.
the same letter though that we wrote earlier last week. Yeah,
it's reiterating it. So
then they would get 2 moorings.
2 moorings
and
and
they
the
still have
float
the other 5 until the first of the year.
till the first of the year for
So they
now.
got 7 moorings.
But I think that requires a lot further research than we have documentation for here. At least, I'm not willing to make a decision on 5 lease moorings. I'm willing to make a decision on the 2 for the Nautilus and for the Seaview and for the float on the end of the pier.
And I want to ask Assistant Harbor Master if what Councilwoman Cassidy is that livable for now. Does that make sense? To give the
I'm with her. You know, there's been so much tonight over this thing here. The 2 moorings has nothing to do with the 5 moorings. Am I to
Right.
understand that correctly?
Yes.
So
Yes.
you're not going to make any determination on the 5 moorings come December when December comes.
No, I'm saying like August or September,
Yeah,
but I'm saying table, and I want it as part of the motion to table the conversation on the 5 because you're asking for additional 5 moorings. You're asking to keep the 5 moorings that you had for the shoreboat service or whichever company. So I'm saying table that, but right now we finalized the waterside permit agreement for the Island Enterprises, giving the 2 lease moorings for the Seaview and the Nautilus, and the lease mooring for the 80-foot.
And if they won't
float.
share, there's no fee. But if they don't share, they have to pay.
Okay, but I mean, if they share, is that something you need to know tonight? Is that?
Well, no.
They would. If they don't share, if they come back and say hypothetically 6 months from now, Haley stands in front of us and says, you know what, these guys are doing a bang-up job, their equipment is in tip-top shape, we would be willing, we've worked out insurance, we've worked out an agreement on our end, we would be willing to allow them to use our float. They could come back and we say, okay, we wouldn't be charging. But as of right now, they're saying, and they've told us in a letter that they wouldn't be willing to share. So
That's
right
what it
now,
sounds
it's
like to
not
me.
a share.
I never see that willingness.
Yeah. So if they pay. Go, and Haley has a comment.
There have been in earlier letters willing to share.
Sorry.
There have been in earlier letters willing to share. We just asked that they split the maintenance cost with us, which is roughly $12,500. Would be their portion. It's about $25,000 a year to maintain the float.
But but then you take the float out of the water, so why would they pay $12,000?
I'm just saying that's what it costs annually to maintain the float. We have to store it 6 months out of the year. We have to tow it across We have to paint it. We have to get it ready for the summer season.
Okay.
It doesn't happen for free.
Okay, well, I think
I'm going to get killed. You're right.
Councilwoman-
I'm sorry. And Scott has made a point that I can't overlook, that the 2 moorings that I'm making in my motion to grant you are two of the 5 that you have now. And they have to be, because otherwise I would be, if in 3 months from now we said you would get 5 additional moorings, I would be jumping this list of 300 people by 2 moorings, and that would not be fair to all concerned. So 2 moorings with the discussion of 3. That's the fair thing to do.
It is.
Because you would be asking to jump the list.
It's been said that I'm not allowed to agree on anything, so I just want everyone to know I am not agreeing on any of this.
You don't
Then
have
we
to.
don't. Then we
You
don't
don't
make a
have to.
decision tonight.
Then we don't.
Then we don't make a decision. We just push it forward to another council meeting. I mean, does that?
Well, let's give them a deadline to come up with this. This is ridiculous.
Where have I heard that?
I know. So if you could take this home to Papa, and if he can make a decision in the next 2 weeks.
Well, I
and
think
then-
Cindy's first thing was the 2 lease moorings, separate from the 5. And the lease
can't
for
do
the
that.
float, and the 5 moorings we do that.
I can't do
can't do
that.
that.
I can't do that because it means that I would be saying you're jumping the list by 2 moorings, and that's not fair.
Even though I hand-delivered that to Mary in 1997 myself.
Don't
did a
make
good
it any
job.
harder
But
than it is.
unfortunately-
Well,
Good Lord.
if you go back to the 97 thing,
Yeah.
But
then you would ask for 1 leased mooring, so that's actually hurt your case.
Well, this happened, David was at the discussion, I don't think you were, Scott, but when Mary offered Jeff the mooring, it was for a personal mooring. Like Bob said, you could have 1% ownership in the company and put your boat on it. He wasn't told that. And he was just offered a personal mooring. He didn't have a personal boat, so he said no.
So it's either push it forward, and I don't know.
Okay, well, that's the motion. Is there a second?
well, what is the motion?
Motion for 2 leased moorings. The 70-foot, 75,
80 foot.
80
no,
foot for the float
80 and 50.
at leased mooring rates unless it's non-exclusive.
2 of the 5 moorings granted. 3.
I would just say the
further
shoreboat.
discussion.
I don't even say non-exclusive to everybody, right? I mean, JJ?
I'm sorry, say it again.
No, I mean, I don't think, would we only want the shoreboat operator to be able to use that? Or when we say non-exclusive, everybody and their brother could come up?
Again, it's you've
No
already
business owner
named
would
it.
do
What
that.
it's an essential service. You've given 5 moorings to the essential service, and now I would think that normal progression would be the new shoreboat company would have essential service have the 3 moorings.
No. Well, the question pertained to the non-exclusivity of the float. Are you fine with limiting the non-exclusivity to the shoreboat, the new shoreboat operator?
Only and
Only.
not.
If they're willing to, you're asking me that question or her?
Yes. Yeah.
We're asking you.
I mean, if they're willing to do that, I don't see an issue in that.
And just the shoreboat people, though,
Just the
not
shoreboat
anyone.
people. I don't expect
Okay.
other people to use it.
Okay.
But I mean, that's
I mean, nobody, I'm sorry, I'll speak for you. No business owner is just going to allow any, John, Jane, or Jack to come up and pull up to their float and use their
and
infrastructure.
He might, and the
I mean, you're
shoreboat
just not
owner
going to do it.
might not be able to afford that 12.5 that they're talking about over the
Right.
year. I mean, that's it's all hypothetical.
Yes.
So, but what about the number 2 part of that of this staff report?
That is determined on
The required to pay the nightly fees for the old shoreboat vessels.
Well, that's assuming that they want to, again, that's assuming on January 1st, this issue of the 3 leased moorings hasn't been resolved, which I think part of the motion is to, between now and then, resolve the 3 leased mooring issues.
So it sounds like the 2 would carry over as of January 1, but the other
Yeah,
3
you're
we
just
don't
not
know.
going to terminate those 2 leases.
Right.
Both those will continue, and you're leaving for another day the termination of the 3 leased moorings.
No, they would terminate unless there's an action.
Unless there's
Right.
action taken.
Well, there's an action
But
taken.
the onus of the action taken is
It's on
a
the
mixture
city.
of the city and Jeff.
Yes.
Right.
Should I reiterate? Well, are we? You want us to make a motion and make a decision, or would you rather us hold it over?
I am not making any agreements.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
it is your decision. So
Okay.
set the parameters.
Then let's do it one more time. So, where's my paper?
May I suggest one thing real quick?
Yeah. No.
Put an end date, put a date that we need to get this
Well,
thing.
it's December 31st.
No,
or
no,
the-
no, no. It has to be.
Like October.
It has to be October, by the second meeting in October, because we have to give 60 days notice of the termination of the lease. So we have to give that notice at the end of October. So that, because in order.
Oh, the termination of the lease.
Termination of
I'm
the
sorry.
3 leases.
Okay. Okay. God, I don't want to hear this in 3 months. I want to do it in the next week.
Go ahead, Cindy.
Am I making my motion, or do we have another? Do we have, okay. Okay.
Give it a try.
No.
I
Does
mean, I'm
anybody
with
got
you.
any espresso?
I'm with you.
Okay. I would like to make a motion that the city council determine as of January 1st, as of December 17, 2017, that 3 of the leased moorings terminate unless another decision is made on those 3 moorings prior to September 30th. That the city council determine that as of January 1st, 2018, Island Enterprises is granted 2 lease moorings, 1 50-foot mooring and 1 70-foot mooring, and 3, Island Enterprises enters into a lease with the city for a lease mooring rate of an 80-foot vessel, or an 80-foot mooring for the purposes of the end float adjacent to the end of the pier. And if they choose to allow other shoreboat service to utilize their float, the lease mooring fee would be waived.
With one clarification on that motion, rather than granted on January 1st, 2018, it would be maintained.
Maintain.
And for the 80-foot and allowing someone to be there, it would be at no charge.
Right.
Well, I don't know. Are we going to let them try to, that's how they're going to decide on what they do.
I'm saying if they allow someone to use their mooring, that the shoreboats, our shoreboat service doesn't pay for the maintenance of the float, et cetera.
In other words,
Well,
our
I know
shore
that,
boats
but I
can.
don't know that we want to say that, because I think that's something they still need to negotiate.
And this is, I'm just sticking to what I feel comfortable with on this. It seems to me that that the decision about sharing is something you could say, if they share, they don't spend $17,500, or they work out some arrangement with the shoreboat company that is between them on maintenance. I do understand, based on the meeting we had, that they are maintaining that float at their expense now. But if they make it available to the shoreboat operator, as you have indicated, then they need to work that out with them. Because if they don't work it out, they're going to spend $17,500, or they're going to pull the float. That's my understanding. If they don't work something out, so the incentive is for them, I think, and the shoreboat operator is to try to work something out.
Well, the incentive of the
Or they just
shoreboat
pay.
operator is to continue to pull up to the city's float
Mm-hmm.
and not pay anybody.
Well, then,
any
and
money.
that's could be.
That's their decision. So do you want to amend it to say what you said, Bob, that they paid nothing, or is
I
there
don't think
that?
we should be entering into
caveat
a deal
thing?
I don't think
I
that
don't
we
think
should be
that's our-
necessarily setting terms between two private parties on what they do, even though it is because the float is owned by them, and that's just my
I just want to kind of clarify what I'm saying is that if the shoreboat service is charged $17,000 or whatever, that's going to somehow come back to the city. That's our service.
But
that
they
we're
could
paying
choose
for.
to stay and operate off of the city floats.
Yeah.
If Haley,
But I'm
if,
just saying that's not sharing the float. That's charging for the float. Is
Right.
what I'm trying to say. There's a difference between charging a float and saying
I understand
sharing.
what you're saying, but if I'm entering into the lease with them and they say, no, it's going to cost you $10,000 for maintenance per year, I'm going to say, thank you very much. I appreciate the conversation, but I'm going to continue to do it for free.
Right.
That's the negotiation between the two companies that, I mean, I see what you're saying.
We're all on the same page.
Okay, so
But-
the motion
but-
is exclusiveness, and we're going to stay out of however arrangement they reach.
Right.
Okay? All right.
If there's a motion, is there a second?
Oh, good Lord.
I'll second it.
Yeah.
Oh.
You okay with that, Joe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you did a good job.
Further discussion.
Gosh,
Okay, call for the vote.
well done.
3 ayes, Marshall, Sampson, Cassidy, 1 no, Hernandez.
Okay. Item number 10. 21.
This is it?
This is it.
Well, we could ask the audience for more input. And thank you all for staying. Okay.
Okay.
Do we have anybody here representing the
I
Armstrongs?
don't think so, Madam Mayor. I think this item, like several others, has a history to it, and what I did in the staff report was simply take what you originally had directed we do as far as an RFP, and then show what those terms were. The only party who replied was the Armstrongs, who were the previous operator and owners of the Casino Dock Restaurant. There were inquiries by other parties, and I can name them if you wish.
No, that's okay. Just
Okay.
continue on.
Who indicated that they might be interested if the configuration of the dock restaurant were changed, footprint changed, or overhangs constructed. We reported back to you. You then directed us to make contact first with the Armstrongs in regard, because if the footprint was going to change, that would take Coastal Commission action. And what would happen in the interim, there was council said, well, if there was a long delay between the building, what about using a food truck? And what you have then from the Armstrongs is a response saying, who refused originally to say we would build the building, which, by the way, was an untenable, based on the market, was an untenable position because no one replied back. So it's not that we erred, it wasn't something that the market responded. So when they came back in their proposal, when we approached them on this food truck idea that they mentioned in their letter, and you have, they came back and said, look, we'll build on the footprint, we'll build it at our cost, which was which you wanted originally, but rather than deed it to you immediately and then bear the cost forever for the duration of the loan, that they would own it until it's paid off, and then they would deed it to the city. That was what the Armstrongs responded, and what they said was, rather than what you proposed in the RFP, that they said it would be simply a ground lease, and they made a recommendation on what they thought was a fair amount that there would be a recommend. They suggested a $3,000 a month. It would be they were proposing a CPI at 2% escalation schedule, and then it said, however, that is in line with the consumer price index. I think it could be higher if it was if the consumer price index went up. That's how I was reading what they said. And it's mentioned that the lessee, under their proposal, would have to pay all of the property tax, user fees, water, sewer, refuse, salt water. Of course, they do have to pay that anyway, as they would have to pay that. Also the difference is when the council solicited an RFP, at the time it came to the council for authorizing the RFP, there was a restriction that a roof, some kind of roof restaurant service, could not occur, and because of some of their thought there was a previous agreement with the company, the island company, about having something on the roof, and that's what that's in fact the gentleman who mentioned that is not here tonight, but that's I believe the minutes would reflect. And I think there probably was also some thought that the building itself, in its footprint, that a roof service could not occur. So they said that we checked that out, and in fact, roof service of some kind on the footprint, the 600 square foot, could occur without a coastal commission concern and a stairway constructed. I've also included that there was a question that one of the council members raised, I believe it was Mr. Olson, asked the question out offline, what is the cost of infrastructure that went into building the pad, building the water line, the sewer line, the electric service, and so on. And the estimate was approximately, based on our costs, about $150,000. Those improvements, of course, are city improvements. They're owned by the city. So, since the time of the RFP, other parties have contacted the city about the fuel dock site and the prospects for a restaurant. As I mentioned, though, none had submitted an RFP. It's almost like before we issued the RFP, and I say that with no malice. A lot of people were saying, "Oh yeah, we'd love to do it. Just put it out to bid, and we'll do it." And then we didn't get any once we set the parameters. Since the fuel dock, and I just want to mention this, and please read my disclaimer in this because I think it's important to know. Yes, I do like good Italian food, and that's why I eat at Portofino's, but I pay for everything, so I have no conflict here. Well, I'm just going to say that because I've heard some comment made, and I just say that. But for a storm, and but for a decaying fuel dock, I would assume, without knowing all the history that everyone else, this restaurant would still be in operation. But there was a deteriorating fuel dock that required to be totally replaced. There was the project from someplace where it's hot. When you had to replace it, it's been a tough project. The restaurant went away, the fuel dock went away, you rebuilt it, you put about $1 million of city money, there was money from the state, about $1 million some plus, there's more than that. So the Armstrongs have made a proposal back to you based on the inquiry, and this had not previously come in open session to you, but at the urging of council members who wanted to be very transparent and wanted to say, look, anything we say, we'll say publicly so that there's no rumor mill about what's being said in closed session, which of course none of us talk about, but so it is in open session, and so they've made a proposal, as I've mentioned, and the council needs to decide either to accept the proposal and direct the city attorney prepare a new lease document, propose different terms, or direct staff to once again solicit proposals from other parties based on parameters in part that were discussed in closed session, of which I don't think I have the authority to divulge, but those are your choices, I think.
Right.
One last thing, it has nothing to do with friendships. There's a lot of local businesses who were here for years, and they don't exist anymore, by people, small business owners who, for whatever reason, are no longer in operation. One can speculate different reasons why. This is one of the last ones. But if it's not something that's from your policy side is acceptable, then we have to look at doing, you have to look at directing that we do something different.
Thank you. Okay. Well, I had a question. Who's going to pay for the roof access?
Yes. All construction costs would have to be borne by the lessee. Should you so any construction, the roof, the stairway, that would all be part of the lessee's responsibility to finance.
And again, ADA is exempt from this?
Yes, sir.
From the rooftop?
Yeah, thank you. I think the question that I believe, Council Member, you had raised correctly is, what about ADA compliance? You're talking about a stairway. Do they need an elevator? Bob Greenlaw can comment on this, except to say that they can provide access on the floor and ADA. Bob, you correct me. Then they meet ADA compliance because they can provide the service on the floor.
Now, there's been several architects that weighed in, and I guess you could go either way, but as we go through the process, we'll make that exact determination. And I think it is up to whoever does lease this as they go through the building plans that will make that final decision of what is required there. But it appears from if we can serve down below, that would meet the ADA compliance that is necessary, because it would be the same services that we could provide above. But that's all part of the process that when a set of building plans comes through. So, at least that's the initial take that we're going through, okay? But still, that's their risk.
It is their risk because they would have to pay for any ADA.
That needs to be their understanding. That's their risk to take as they move forward with this.
And how many people did we come up with for the square footage? And
30 to 49.
Yeah,
is that without tables or just standing?
Yes. The fire chief. He's probably.
I know. Yes.
There he is.
Oh, there he is. There he is.
I knew
Chief Krug. I think, Chief, correct me. I think you said that if people were standing, as they say in Spanish, like
30.
like sardines in a can, como sardines en lata, that it would be 49, I believe, on that.
If they have tables,
or if it was tables, it'd be less.
The question was about if they put the patio up on top.
Correct.
And there would be a single stairwell going to the top, then the maximum occupancy is 49. One of my concerns would be they have a facility, if it was like the old one, they put a band out there, there's a large crowd, we exceed the occupancy load on that roof. But with one exit, the most they could have is 49, regardless of the size of the patio.
But then putting of the tables also, though, right?
Correct.
That eliminates that 49, correct?
Correct. That would if it's a dance floor type configuration, empty space,
Correct.
more people than tables and chairs are added to that mix. And you can even get down to, is it a bar top type table or a seating table?
So it can be a lot less than.
And the city could
49 would be the max, but it could certainly could be less.
That's the one exit.
For standing.
Yeah.
Correct.
But with the tables being there and the chairs being there, people, so you're eliminating some spots.
Well, and that to me makes a difference in what any rent would be if they do have the top or not, and how many people, because if they can also put, and I don't know if the fire department would allow that, but if they could build. Now you got a bar top all the way around that sucker, and you've got bar stools. Now you're putting a lot more people on there. You're getting closer to the 49.
We don't know that until you get the plan.
Yeah, but
Correct.
How do we negotiate the cost?
So when you get a plan, they'll show what they're going to put in there, and then you go from there.
Right.
And that'll give you your occupancy.
Right.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay.
That was sorry.
No, thank you, Chief.
Can I jump back one step, though, and just answer another question? Because we had talked, I don't even remember, we've gone open, closed, open, closed. So there was discussion about if the rooftop deck comes into play, does that trigger this to go back out to the RFP because it's a whole different configuration?
That was my question as well.
And that was a question, so I don't remember what that...
I will leave to the ultimate legal decision. I think the footprint doesn't change. The roof is part of what the existing structure is. The argument in favor of going out might be yes, but if others had known, maybe they would have replied. And that's the technical side.
Right. Well, I mean, that's one of the, I mean, again, that is why recommended action is number 3.
Yeah.
Because a policy issue, you could say, hey, it would have been different had we offered the roof.
Yeah.
And so we maybe would have gotten different puzzle. That's for the council to decide. I will note that there's a recent Supreme Court case that came out 2 weeks ago on rents, and the old law used to be the city could do whatever it wanted on rents, and now the new law is that there has to be a reasonable relationship to the rents that the city sets for its property. Now.
Well, I think
that's
we've been more than
right,
reasonable.
right, exactly. But again, yes. What I've said in the past is you can charge whatever or as little.
I see.
That is no longer the law. So,
And without becoming an advocate, just commenting, if what is apparently by the market determined, at least with the first specs, was it what we in good faith asked for as 2,000 for 2,000 square feet, $4,000 minimum, 8% with a CPI based annually, that the market told us, at least under those parameters, that it's not a market for it. So the question then becomes, what if you were entertaining the idea of allowing them to continue the business that was ended in 2014, that is what they are offering reasonable, and that just becomes the other piece of it. Is it reasonable, and is it something that you want us to do? Like the shoreboat or whatever, this has been a long, arduous process.
Kick that horse.
One of the first things that has to be determined is the square footage. Okay, so at some point, and this is where, David, this started a year before you got here. So we have hashed out so many things. And one of my biggest frustrations is over the last 2.5 years, we start over every time. We never build upon where we were. And we had made decisions a year ago, and now we're back negotiating for another year. So one of the areas of concession that we had made at one point, which seems to be forgotten, is the actual square footage that they have been using is 2,500 square feet. We at one point gave a provision to go down to 2,000 square feet. So each time that we've come through, we've lowered we've lowered to 2.17 cents per square foot when the going rate is 3.25 exterior, 4.10 interior. So we gave concession there. We gave concession on possibility of extending lease. So I think regardless of what we do today, I want to make sure that we don't go backwards. Let's figure out what we can agree on today, and if there's some points that we can't agree on, that only those points come back, because we've done this for so many years now that it's just, we're forgetting that the space that they actually have is 2,500 square feet, and we're still looking at only charging 2,000 square feet. And when you look at that, it is, that comes down to this 2.17 if we, so I think it's important that that's part of the deal that we're giving.
And you have the 600 square feet, and now that's kind of.
And then you add it, I've done so many different calculations on what this rent would be that it's just not even funny. And, we're looking, if we were to charge what they're actually using per rack rate that every other tenant, now I realize that the building is a concession, but every other tenant, if we were to charge that, they would be paying $6,989 per month.
And your original proposal, in addition to building the building with a rent of $6,900, they'd be paying on a $500,000 loan at 3.5% over 30 years. They'd be paying an additional approximately $2,600 in addition. Now, I think that's from the markets. Well, that's what the table said.
But I disagree with the $500,000 loan to build the building.
Well, it could be less. Because the bid will make that determination.
And that's one of the points that I think we want to make tonight, is that the 3 walls and a roof, I can't justify that being $500,000 or $600,000. And so I believe that this whole $500,000 or $600,000 is wrapped up in the whole
Could be.
aspect of the interior and the build out of it. And that is something that we haven't gotten to the point of being able to really discuss. I'm prepared to do that tonight. But I think that I've got people coming up to me left and right saying, 3 walls and a roof, 500 square foot building, 3 walls and a roof isn't $600,000. And
square feet, that's right.
or 600 square feet, okay. But
that's an expensive building.
the 576 square feet. But the point being is that I still don't think we have all of the information that we've needed, but I don't want to keep going backwards. I want to make whatever agreements we need to make. We've said for 2 years we want to work with this, continuing with this company. We've been doing everything we can to continue on. So let's start with that. I wish they were here.
I know, but let me ask another question. So if they go away, then we end up with the innards, or we just have a building?
That belongs to them.
Well, and I think that's part of the discussion that you would have if the entire building, and which would of course would have to go out to what they've recently said is, of course, they're going to put it out to bid. And so the council member's point is a very good one, that the bid will then decide what the amount of money it costs to build the building and to outfit it. And then that information will help determine how much cash out it would cost to build the building, and that would be informative, if you will.
Okay, but okay, so let's say, if we're saying, okay, and I'm going to let you talk in a minute, thank you. But if it's $150,000 to build that building, because we don't care about the innards or any of that, or it's $200,000. Now, we've gotten this great deal on something that they're saying is going to cost $600,000.
Well, and that's where the bid, you have to know what the ultimately, as we do project estimates.
So we can't really decide tonight.
Well,
is that a prevailing wage?
Not that way.
No, it would not be, because they'd be doing it with their own money.
Right. Okay.
The issue would be, the real issue is that at the end of once they've paid off their loan, whatever, that is, does the city retain just the walls and the roof, or does the city retain,
we haven't even discussed
the
that
fixtures
yet.
that are attached to the building?
And do we want them? And anyway, hi there.
The last thing I want to say is, because I know that, Patrick, you might ask a question here. I am prepared with several scenarios of a tiered lease potential structure in order to make it fair to all concerned. So going into this conversation, my goal is to try to move forward and to try to get a facility out there, but it just has to be fair to all concerned is all.
Patrick Alexander, representing the Armstrong family in Casino Dock Cafe as the last manager before it was closed. The only reason why I'm really up here is I hope that we can take a look at the qualitative measures and the qualitative aspect to all this. And I know everybody's run the numbers for years. I've been unemployed for years as I've watched you guys discuss this. And I'm always about a solution. I want to go back to work. I'm an inspired, motivated person that's been sitting around on the sidelines. I'm now a small business owner as a result of this situation, because I've had to risk everything to stay involved in this city. And it's been a frustrating process. I support the Armstrongs. I've worked closely with them, and incredible family. Can't say better things about them. You guys are talking about the numbers a lot, and I just wanted to kind of represent them from an aspect of somebody who worked there, and how many years me and the other people that have worked there have been out of a job, and how many hundreds of thousands of dollars in lost wages. And this deal might not be the best deal, but rather than going to option number 3 and trying to go back and trying to find more people with money, you guys sent it to RFP, and hey, there's not a lot of people with money out there that they're going to throw down on a building that they're not going to own. You brought up analogies earlier. This is kind of like I was renting a house and a storm came in and destroyed my house, and then my landlord comes to me and says, you can keep renting your house, but you just got to build it for us. It might not be the best analogy, but I just hope that you guys can look at all the steps that's been done to come to a solution with the city that Russ has done when I I've been discussing with him about this for 3 years. Every single time he comes before you, it's something that we've discussed, and we talked over this proposal, and I think it's a fair one. It's one that it solves another problem. I was here for one meeting when Mayor Marshall actually said, well, we can take out a loan. And the city manager said, well, when you take out a loan, you run the liability. And everybody didn't really want the liability and the risk. And I know you guys are looking from a numbers perspective, but when you don't want to take on the liability or the risk for a loan on your, it's like you don't believe in not only the location and the numbers, but the people that used to run it and the people that are still around waiting for the jobs back to go in there and do a phenomenal job and provide these memories for these people. Last year we were in operation, we ran live music 6 out of 7 days a week. And we created memories there. I don't know what value you put on that, but the longer we delay, the longer I wonder how I'm going to pay my rent next month, and how I look at Chef Alberto and who's looking around for jobs. And I've applied for jobs other places. I've tried my best to be an entrepreneur and with $0 go out there and try to make something of myself. But rather than going to number 3 and trying to send this back out, I don't know how long that's going to take. I don't know how many years you guys were planning on this. This is going on 3 years now. And I wish you guys tonight would just call this to a vote and say, yes, we'll take this money, we'll build this building. I think if you look at the numbers, I tried to run them myself. And, I used to tutor math in college to make my way through. And when I look at it, I'm like, man, $1.4 million in rent over the next 30 years. Somewhere around millions of dollars in wages for people that live here in this city. And then literally, I think if you factor in a 4.5% is actually the interest rate I went to, because people really, value their money. They want more than just 3.5%. It's actually in excess of $900,000. So we're talking about a multi-million-dollar deal that's being presented to the council, and all we got to do is call us to a vote and say yes to the building of this building, and we can all get back to work and be on to happier times and positive things. And if you don't want to do that, you want to discuss a few more things, I think that would be a great idea if you want to go that route. But I think to take number 3 and delay us yet again, and to delay the jobs from a qualitative aspect, I think would be a mistake.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. I know if you don't think we feel the pressure from the community to get something built out there, you're crazy. Yeah. I mean,
I personally would like to see it built
we
June
all
of
would.
2017.
We all would.
I will just say I am really not interested in going back out. I'd like to move forward. So I'm not interested in number 3. But what I can say is, and I actually didn't. I'll admit that I did not pick it up when I read the paperwork. Someone else did. But what is being proposed in the Armstrong's letter to us is a 30-year lease at $36,000 a year. That is not fair to all concerned. That's 30 years down the road paying the same, rent that they're paying now. And I don't, with a 2% CPI. I mean, that is the part that I think I'm stuck on. So I understand, and like I said, I have some scenarios I can run through. I believe the way to resolve this is to come up with a tiered structure that says from 1 to 5 years, we go this much per month. We have a CPI, 6 to 10 years or whatnot. We go to a certain rate, then we have a 5% reconciliation. At the 10-year mark, we go to that 8% reconciliation. So that is, 10-year period to pay off the loan. That gives provision for the amount of money that the Armstrongs are going to have to put into building the building and to outfitting their business, which is generous on the city's part to allow a concession for building out your business. And, then I think the determining what the current square footage is really going to be. And, then the last one would be the transferring of the building, that I don't necessarily think that the city needs to receive the transfer of, or the title of the building anytime soon. But I also, if the sale of the business or the stock of the business changes, then maybe we have a provision in the lease for that.
So that's a question. Do you say that? If it's, let's say it doesn't become our building for 30 years, and in 15 years they want to sell.
Then they own the interest for 15 years, or they can sell the interest with I would think, with your right of reasonable right of refusal, or if that they could sell what their interest they had based upon that would be my thought.
Oh, I mean, so that, okay.
It's
So
a
that they're
sta-
selling a business, but, okay.
It's a standard lease provision that if they sell the business, the city retains the right to approve that transfer of the risk to another entity, which approval will not be unreasonably withheld.
Right.
It's a standard
That's
lease term.
standard in our lease agreement.
That wasn't what I was getting at.
Oh, sorry. So can you say it again?
No, I'm good. I'm okay.
Do we have a conceptual drawing of this?
Well, we have what plan.
I mean, I see what it looks like now. Is it just going to be extension of what it already is?
Yes. Essentially, the plan. Bob's probably is the other Bob? Oh, Greenlaw. Yeah. The plan, the architecture of it has been already approved. It's with the exception of a roof area or a stairway where how that would be configured. It would be on the casino side, as I understand what Bob told me. Bob Greenlaw, the Public Works Director. So, but the appearance of it is, if we make modifications on that, then we're going to have to go back.
It already kind of shows where the bar will be and everything.
Yeah, I see. Because I was thinking, why on earth wouldn't, if to add something more complicated to the whole thing? It's just an idea. It's like, why wouldn't you have the roof structure come out over the patio so that there is some year-round seating underneath the roof structure, and expand the roof structure out so you can see more above?
You could do that. You could do that, but you would require. It would require Planning Commission and likely
like I said,
Coastal Commission approval.
Okay, but I'm also intuitive in that we want to do this right the first time. I mean, I don't want to be forced into just doing what we're doing because, I mean, it's just been 3 years since the project started, since the complex was done and complete and ready for occupants. It's been what?
But it hasn't been ready. We just got approval on the...
Yeah, it's been like 3-4 months, really, right?
Yeah.
Since the project has actually been ready to be occupied. So, I mean,
Right.
or built onto. So, we've worked as fast as we could. It's not like we keep balking on things and pushing things back and pushing things aside.
But we've been negotiating for 2 years while the whole thing was being built. But
Can I just say that we really, I mean, if we're still in the phase of negotiation, we might as well stop the conversation right now because the Armstrongs aren't here. So let's table the conversation and we'll bring it back at the next meeting.
Well,
I mean,
okay.
unless we're, does it make sense for us to just throw out another agreement and then just,
Oh, no.
let
No,
them-
you're right.
I mean,
What? Your scenarios
we're
are...
here to try to negotiate this lease
So
with the
what-
Armstrongs.
Why aren't there Armstrongs here? Does it matter? I mean...
What I know is that they've all been working long shifts. That's what the comment was made. Beyond that, and I think this was their one day. That's what I was told.
they just maybe wanted to kind of feel us out and see where we were going tonight.
Well, my day starts at 5. I'm here.
Well-
This
Yeah,
is
well-
important enough for me to be here.
Councilmember Cassidy has some scenarios, and I think that's showing that we're ready to go here. We're ready to start the negotiations, the final negotiations, at least the prerequisite to
Well,
it.
let's, okay, so run the one by, and I'm sorry, Councilman, but run the one that we kind of discussed that you feel like
With the change in the base rent?
Yes.
Okay. So one scenario would be the 15-year lease with the 2 5-year extensions. Years 1 through 5, $4,000 per month with the 2% CPI, no rent reconciliation. 6 to 10 year would be $4,000, continuing with the CPI, and a 5% reconciliation or the greater thereof. 10 to 15 years, and then any subsequent extensions would be at the $4,000 per month plus the CPI and up to the 8% reconciliation, which brings them in line with all the other leases of the city. So that gives a 10-year period to recover the cost of the building, not the interior part, but the exterior part. And let me just say for the council's edification that $4,000 a month is $48,000 over a year's period. If we were to do a rent reconciliation based on, say, hypothetically $700,000 in sales, that 8% rent reconciliation would bring it to $56,000 per year. So I'm essentially saying that $8,000 at a that's an additional $8,000 for the first 5 years of the lease that we would be helping them out with the loan, in addition to, like I said before, if we were to charge rack rate for the square footage, that would be $69.89 per month. And we're dropping that already down by $39.89. So that's, $4,000 or $5,000 right there. We've already heard that the cost of the business loan would in fact be somewhere around $2,600 a month. So over that 5-year period, I think that that's a fair
I think
offset
it's
of it.
more than fair. $6,600 a month, basically, is what
Mm-hmm.
they're paying.
Well, and let me just, to a point that the councilman member made in regard to the loan, that it may be, as you suggest, that the cost of the building, when there are bids submitted, would be less than, so the financing term would be less, so that the obligation to pay back on that would be less, so the need for the hyperextension lease would be less, because the debt, what I understand, they need a return on investment. They want to pay themselves back. They've indicated how they would pay if it was $400,000 to $600,000. They've indicated how they would do that, and so, but it may be less money, so that the requirement for a term. What I understand that they're trying to do is to make sure that they have enough revenue to pay the loan back to whomever it is that's making that
Well,
loan.
$2,600 is not a lot of.
$2,600 plus $4,000 plus the others. That's what really the issue is. Yeah.
And then, as I understand Council Member Cassidy's first scenario, after 15 years, it remains 4,008% the CPI.
8% reconciliation,
Reconciliation,
the greater
right.
of whichever
Exactly.
that ends up being.
You know what? After that many years, I think the rent should go up. After 10 years?
No, after 15 years.
Well, then I think in 10 years, the rent should go up. I mean, my goodness. If they can't make the business work in 10 years, and it's going to be a success the minute they open, you can't rent anything. I know places in town that are paying $10,000 a month, and they are smaller and open restaurant. And you can run that up the flagpole, but I think that 10-year or whatever sooner should be more than $4,000 a month.
Well, that was the original scenario that I was, actually my original scenario was a little less than that, but that was my original scenario. Then we also talked about the possibility of a 1 to 2 year, at $3,000 and the CPI applying to all this, but the 1 to 2 years at the $3,000, no reconciliation, 3 to 5 years at $4,000, and a 5% reconciliation, and then years 6 to 15 and subsequent extensions being the $4,000 a month and the 8% reconciliation. So there's really just a couple years, which, if you kind of calculate it all out, it's somewhat similar in price. It just means that the increase in rent happens at a earlier time. Then the one that you and I had talked about a little bit was my initial 1 to 5 years at $4,000, 2% CPI, 6 to 10 years at the $4,000 with a 5% reconciliation, and then at the 10-year mark going up to the rack rate or the 8% reconciliation and or the actual defined lease square footage that everyone else pays at the 10-year.
Oh, that's a good one. I like that.
Well, that's what you were saying. That you want to. If the rent was going to go up in 10 years, then it would go up to what everyone else's rate would be at that moment, at that 10-year mark. So, I mean, those are three different scenarios that what do we do with them?
I appreciate that what you're doing, but what is the best way? Because if they're sitting at home watching this, they're going to go, well, I like option one.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny negotiating over this way, because we know they've got to be watching.
Well, their agent is, we know that.
Or Patrick is. And I know it's emotional for them as well, so that might be another reason.
I just wanted to say one, because I'm listening to everybody, and I'm really a nice guy, and I just want to kind of make it very simple. Kind of where I thought, following past meetings, where we left off is the city didn't have any money to build a building. So as of right now, there's no building there, and the city doesn't have money to put a building there, and we're kind of talking about the success of the business based off if you gave the person leasing it a well-equipped building, and there's not one. So the discussion is more along the lines of a ground lease, because no building exists right now, and we've actually solved that. We went back to the drawing board and found the money to build this building privately. Giving it to the city after 30 years, I think when you look at the base rent and look at the RFP, nobody came back on the RFP willing to throw out hundreds of thousands of dollars to build a building in a high-risk area. I was there when that storm hit. I had great losses happen to me, and personally, business-wise, everything from that storm. It was. I don't think it's really what happens when you get knocked down. It's what you do, and you get back up. And you guys couldn't find the money. That's where we're actually at right now. Is there's no money for a building. It doesn't exist. The RFP went out. Nobody came back with money. So the only money that's in place has been brought up by the Armstrong family by cashing in a life insurance policy. And I think if you look at that, look at how much heart that takes for Russ to sit there and go, man, I paid on this whole life insurance policy my entire life. I used to sell insurance, but I used to sell life insurance before I moved to the island. But, if it's a whole life insurance policy, you got a cash value there. And this guy is putting it all on the line. And so I've had to do that myself in business in this town. And so I see that. I appreciate that. I respect that. And I think that if you look at, nobody else came up and said, I'll pay for this building. So the money is not, the money's not there. So I think that we should be discussing, the fact that no building is there, and we're talking about interior lease space, about money that you guys don't, no offense, just isn't there. So I think we like to take a look at how much money is coming in to build this building, and the team that's coming back, and the increase in wages that's going to be possible for the people that have been working there. I think if you really look at that, I think that that's a pretty fair deal, considering that there's no money. The money's gone. So I don't know. I just really want to say, I want to simplify it, because without Russ coming on board and saying, hey, I'm going to cash this in, I'm going to give this money to build this building, there's no money. So the delay is going to be extended, and people that are depending on their jobs back are going to be delayed. But when we go back to the drawing board, there's still no money there, and there's nobody that came up and put their money where their mouth is. So.
Well, I have two beautiful little. Well, no, we just got rid of them.
No, no, we're not going to trolleys here, Annie.
Work a lot closer.
Okay.
We're a lot closer than.
But
than
two
that.
things with regard to what you said, Patrick. One being the number has always been thrown around in these chambers that the cost to build that building is $500,000 or $600,000. And I apologize that I'm not, yes, I know a lot about construction, but I'm not a contractor. But for some reason, during this process with this documentation, it dawned on me that no, that building itself, I believe that the entire project for the Armstrongs is going to be $500,000 or $600,000. But I don't believe that's how much it would cost, even if the city were to build that building. So whatever point we may have missed that, if we missed that, I'll own that on my part. But I don't think it's going to cost that much money to build the building. In addition to that, When the RFP went out, which everybody's talking about, nobody bid on this, which is why the question came up. When that RFP went out, the rooftop deck was never in play at any given point in time. So that's a whole nother element to this project that maybe nobody else asked it. Maybe it just never came up before. I don't know. But I, as I said earlier, I would love to move forward on getting something to happen with this lease and getting that building built out there, but not at the cost at 30 years to the city that it's not fair to all concerned. That's the hiccup. So if we want to have the city go out and get bids, how much is it going to cost to build 3 walls and a roof? We could do that. If we want to agree to any of the scenarios, we could do that. We could have another conversation with the Armstrongs. I mean, I don't know. We're actually trying and have been actively trying for more than 2 years to move this forward. And I think that's where my frustration comes in.
I thought there was a bid for that building out.
The estimate was done previously internally by staff, not I, but it was based on, I believe, a total project cost. But as the council member says, it may be when you go out to bid on the project that it would be less than that amount. But that's been the number that we've inherited, if you will. And but we won't know the true number, like with any public works project, until we bid it, until it's bid.
Then here we go again. Maybe you answered this. So they go to bid and it's only $200,000, and we're talking these numbers. Would we still talk these numbers if it's $200,000 versus $600,000?
We got Bob here. Can we ask Bob how much do you think it would cost to build that building?
Interior.
In Catalina.
I mean, give us a high bid. What would you
Well, I mean, I've built several restaurants in my previous experience myself. They're not cheap buildings. Okay, once you get, it's like building a bathroom, kitchen in your house. It's the most expensive part of it. Okay, has all of the major utilities, all that infrastructure that's in the walls, in the floors. A lot of that's there already, but it needs to be extended up, and it has to be. It's a commercial building. Those are not the cheapest building. It's not a residential home. So, you can be at the higher end of per square foot, and it's also a small square footage. Okay, so that also makes it so it's a higher square footage price. So,
so there's a
you're
formula.
in $300 a square foot, $350, somewhere in that range to get that to match. I mean, the building is already designed. The building's already designed. It's supposed to look like the rest of the building. Yeah. The addition to put a rooftop deck, you're going to change the framing members that would have been roof trusses now to floor trusses. You'll have a little more cost up there for your floor system, and then also making that a floor system that somebody can be on top of for an assembly load. It's not just it's not your roof on, not your deck at your house that has a 40-pound per square foot load. It has assembly load. Okay, it's supposed to have a lot of people up there. So those become more expensive type buildings. So, and if nothing else, I can share with you. I mean, if nothing else, just take a look at it as a ground lease. That in itself, without even figuring the building in, what is it what is the market rate for that ground lease? Yeah, that's essentially the value you have right there.
So the
and
market.
we also have some improvements that have put $150,000 improvements to making that ground lease more valuable to start, and we've set up the full picture and allowing it's pretty easy to process the permitting for this too, because we already have the set of plans. All of that has value. So what is that value that we need to start charging for that ground lease?
I just did the math, and if it's 600 square feet, the actual building, times, I think, 300, it's 180.
Okay,
it's 600 times.
So I did 200 square feet and came up with $120,000 or $200 per square foot.
Right. Well, I'm giving double that.
Yeah.
If it's 400, it's $240,000 to build. That's not including all the stuff that,
yeah.
The ovens and stuff like
The
that.
tenant improvements
Right.
that you would need to have in there.
Which is still something that I think we have to be sensitive to the
Right.
fact that these people are not absolutely wealthy. They're
Right.
They're just trying to make this work. So, and since it is Catalina, let's say the high bid with 400 per square foot. Let's add another 50 grand on 100 grand onto that. So you're talking 330,000. That's high bid out of my conceptual understanding. But it's something from our engineer, and it's
And that's why Mayor and I were talking about make it a tiered structure so that right out of the gate, give them an opportunity to get themselves going, get their get some stockpile from the summer months, get the building built, and financially plan without having to walk right into it with what we said before, which was right out of the gate, a rent reconciliation. So that's where that tiered structure comes in, whatever those number of years and that percentage is.
I think we've done okay. There's nothing we can really do right now, right? I mean,
So what
I'm
would be our
glad.
next step? If we kind of wanted to go with a couple of those recommended tiers, or just say somebody go talk to the Armstrongs about those tiers.
Yeah, you could give
Because
direction. You could give direction to the city manager to negotiate a tiered structure. Right. Yeah.
Okay, because that's a concept that they haven't
Right.
had before, so that would take some discussion.
Well, there's a start.
And I think you there was another question I thought you raised. The question was, what about the interior improvements? If in fact you're building an exterior and in some period of time it becomes the city's, do not the interior improvements become the city's, which then of course makes the value of it to us greater. Although, you know what I'm saying? It's not just.
I beg to differ with you.
Well, I mean, you might. Well, I mean, you might.
Yeah, we don't want that equipment.
Well, but then it depends on. I mean, do you want the improved wall space, or do you want? I mean, I'm just saying there might be some value there. That's all I'm suggesting. Some of us have homes that are more than 20 years old and they're fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm
Maybe sooner. Well, we've held it together pretty good, team.
So what is our direction then?
I think for them to sit down and talk about the tiered approach, get the answer about the
Fixtures.
Fixtures.
Yes.
Talk about because that's what was interesting about the flooring and the stairwell.
And that's going to have an increased cost. I think your point.
Yeah, we can do that, and also, we can get a better estimate of what the cost of those walls are, because we had Fine Line build the building for the fuel dye. I mean, so we can get an indication of what their cost structure was to be able to build the rest of that building, and we'd apply
Doesn't mean
that.
the Fine Line has to build the rest.
No, I'm just saying that a local contractor had built the building that's there, so we should have a pretty good indication of what the rest of that building would cost us, okay? So at least we get a better snapshot on that, so we know what we're talking about.
So we have direction.
And I'm curious
Can I ask for clarification? Is it both tiers? Are they going back for both tiers to negotiate, or just
The best
choice
tier-
one or choice two?
I'm happy to sit down with the Armstrongs myself and go through my options with them.
Thank you.
Whatever council.
Excellent.
I mean, at
Yeah,
least
that'd be
to
great.
explain it to them. I think it's best I explain to them what I was recommending.
I like
and-
that.
And then
I
I
like
can
that
show them
idea.
all my calculations, and then obviously no decision will be made because it will come back to you guys. But
Absolutely not.
I think that they would.
Is that inappropriate though? I'm kind of looking at Bob. I'm kind of looking at.
Well, I would think that that city attorney and I would want to be, or maybe even Bob
or
Greenlaw,
Bob.
that we could be of assistance in the conversation. He has not only public sector but private sector construction experience, and so we could just be support people in if that was your direction to Ms. Cassidy.
Yeah.
be okay with you supporting Councilmember Cassidy, and because she's got a good idea of what she wants to explain to them, and she's got some options. And
And you know the beauty, although it's been challenging, I know for council and probably for some viewers and the lessee, but I meant that with respect, is that it's been very open, it's been very transparent. There's no question about who said what or about what, and there seems to be a very positive perspective on this. And so that's, I think, to your credit that you put it in this venue.
Very good.
Okay, so is that direction of the council?
Yes.
Okay, yes? All right, we have direction?
We'll have some form of update or item on the next agenda.
Next agenda,
How does
okay.
that-
And now we're going to closed session.
Maybe?
No, we're done with closed session, but we have the hospital.
Is that agenda available for discussion? Do you know?
What?
It's the agenda.
The next agenda?
Certainly. The next agenda.
I mean,
we've
if
got-
No, we would put it on.
Thank
Yeah,
you
we
all
can
for
put it
coming.
on. Remember, we have marijuana.
Oh, I forgot about that. Are we having marijuana?
Cannabis.
Thank you, guys.
Great comments, Patrick. Thank you for being here. And Amber, thanks for sitting through the night.
Thanks, you guys. Everybody.
Thank you. Bye.
Babies.
Yeah, so shall we adjourn the
Bye,
council
Bob,
meeting?
Mike.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait,
JJ, Robert.
Here, you want it?
Is it just approving of something?
It
It's
should be.
just approving the actions and the report.
Okay.
Just consent calendar.
So do I open it up since he's gone?
can I ask a question, please?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Jenkins has taught me this lesson, that I would like to just verify that direction then is Councilmember Cassidy is going to speak to the Armstrongs with the assistance of who, at least these two right here. Is that correct?
And Public Works Director.
I just want to make sure I have it correct in my act.
And I'm just going to explain the scenarios that I've presented tonight, and then they can say, we don't even want to talk about it, or, and then we would bring that back, or they say, hey, we really like this, and we bring back the scenarios I've explained to them, so it's all written, that the community can see.
Make sure we're all on the
and-
same page.
Which just requires me to take my 6 pages of scribble and put it into an Excel spreadsheet for you.
Okay.
So, well, it gives us another place to advance to.
Yes.
And more negotiations, because I think we're building on what we have, which is what your point was, which I think is a good
Try to
point.
go
We're
forward.
moving forward.
Okay, I'm going to say goodnight, Tony. We're going to close the Avalon City Council
Good
meeting.
night, Tony.
Good night, Tony.
And we're going to open up the hospital.
Yes. Trustee Cassidy.
Here.
Trustee Hernandez.
Here.
Trustee Sampson.
Here.
And Acting Chair Marshall.
Here? Okay, I don't have an agenda. I don't have anything.
Here, Anna, you can have mine.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's not somewhere. Okay. May we have the roll call, please? Okay. Boy, am I tired. That's a written communication.
There is none.
Are there any presentations?
Thank you.
There is none.
Oral communications, this is an opportunity for the community to speak on items that are not on the agenda. You'll be limited to 3 minutes, and no action will be taken. I think with it. Okay. No, as Julie says. And they're rushing to the podium. Anyway, consent calendar.
There are 2 items on the consent calendar. You can move the consent calendar as a whole.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay. Comment? Call for the vote?
4 ayes.
Okay. That was just the.
Good night, Tony.
General
You
business
did
done.
chief executive at the same time?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that's right.
Yeah, you
Okay.
can move the whole
Now, Jennifer,
consent calendar at one
Is
moment.
there any member reports? Okay, meeting adjourned.
Good job, Mayor and Council. This is
Thank you.
this has been.